I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done. You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is July 2nd. We have a great show planned for you. We are continuing our series, The Real Pilgrims, the true story of immigrants coming to America. We are actually on part 35. Woo! We've really been getting it in, y'all. So if this is your first time joining us, this series is about the official, true documented story on who was really the pilgrims, who were really the slaves, who really sat in the seat of power over in Europe, and much, much more. Who were the Indians, who were the Moors, and how they all intertwined. So I'm looking forward to tonight. Last week, we kind of went over some supplemental information that I found regarding the Jacobites, which are King James and them folk. Okay. And how they went to quote, quote, war, or how they were trying to hold on to their seat of power. So according to the source of information we were using, it was really more than about holding on to power and civil war. It was really about how that particular kingdom was going to be united. Because King James sat on the throne of what was it? Scotland, Ireland. I know I'm missing two, y'all, but my bad. He sat on several thrones simultaneously. And as we've gone through this series, as well as the Black Nobility series, we see a pattern on how those families that sit on those seats of power in Europe, they fight with each other. Well, number one, they intermarry. So, let's not forget that. They intermarry mainly for the purpose of uniting their kingdoms. All right. So in the midst of marrying and all of that jazz, you also always had them warring with each other. Okay. So that's also what the whole unseating of that Stuart dynasty, which King James, that's his mama name, Stuart. Okay. And when you hear Stuart, that refers to King James in them line. When you hear Jacobites, that also refers to King James followers. And the purpose of the Jacobites were to put the Stuarts back on the throne, back in the seat of power. Okay, so this week, shout out to one of my Facebook, I call it a study group. It's just a regular group. That brother dropped some information. I'm trying to get him to come on the show, but he's not ready yet because he got a lot of other stuff going on behind the scenes, and I understand that. He doesn't want his spot to be blown up. But child, he dropped some information about that continent, Africa, that we're really going to get into tonight. So I am really looking forward to that. Some of it we already touched on about the colonization, how Africa was really colonized, who actually colonized it. So he brought some additional receipts that we're going to discuss as well. So before I bring on my co-hosts, Sis Sandra and Brother Sean, I want to give my main sources of reference for this series. The first one is White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. The second one is, and I got confirmation that it is back in stock on Amazon, They Were White and They Were Slaves, The Untold History of Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. And then just to add to your collection, these two books we used as a main source of reference for the Black Nobility series, but they also crept back into this series several times. I highly recommend, out of everything that I am referencing, I'm highly recommending these two books because it is truly, truly hidden information about melanated folks sitting on those seats of power in Europe. So I would highly encourage you to grab them. They're very easy read. I got mine off of Amazon. The Negro Question Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. The Negro Question Part 4, The Missing Link by Lee Cummings. All right, so let me go to my co-host. And shout out to the chat room. I see everybody was in there early today. Shoot, y'all almost beat me. I was getting set up and saw y'all in the chat room. So shout out to Scotty Saturn. I see Sis T there. Shout out to Sis Cheryl Wooding. Shout out to Yetta. I know I saw Epic Soul. I know Epic Soul, you said you're going to be in and out. Shout out to Epic Souls. Hey, Deep H2O, I'm glad to see you, sweetie pie. If I've Dragonflies, shout out to you as well. And if I missed anyone, I do apologize. Shout out to everyone, welcome, and shout out to the callers. So let me bring on Sis, and yeah, I see you, Sis, and Brother Sean. Let me see, Sis, I think that's you. I had your number. No, that's not you. So sis, you gotta press *6 because I don't think that's you, or I don't know if you on a different number. So press *6 so I can see you. Let me bring on Brother Sean. All right, peace and love, brother. How are you?
Oh, this is power. I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Wholeness and power, family.
Indeed. All right. So, sis hasn't made it in yet. Huh?
They get it in China.
We got so much to go over. And forgive me, I'm adjusting my mic sound. Something changed, but my mic sound all of a sudden is low, and I'm hearing you low, but that's okay. Yeah, we got a lot to go over tonight. Huh?
90% of China rain, and there's snow.
Wait a minute, what you mean snow? I ain't heard about no snow now.
Yeah, snow. I can't remember the name of the little country, but snow. Deep snow.
Cause you know them dams about to break over there too, right?
They released them.
Oh, did they? Okay.
They deliberately flooded the city.
Oh, I didn't see that part. What? When do you remember when they did that?
Day before yesterday.
China catching it, because I actually have an article I want to share with the family, but I'll let you do your thing. Regarding China and that dust. But I'll let you do your thing first, and then I'll share that article.
Your boy Trump, he said in response to these threats from China and allegedly Russia, that they fought too long and too hard to secure this country, to give it back.
You said that though. Wait a minute. Or did I dream that?
Again.
Did you not say that, or did I dream you said that?
I said it.
Okay, I
but
thought
he
so.
said it again. Is my point. Now, if people not convinced that he's still part of the corporation,
right,
just trying to set up a reset. A reset is to start the game over. The same game.
Yep.
When you through with the game, you turn it off.
Yep.
You ain't playing it no more.
Yep.
Restoration. Restore mama.
That's right.
That's the only plan.
Right.
That's the only system that's going to work. All the rest of that shit is fuckery.
Agreed.
I'm enjoying the show. But I ain't lost perspective.
Right.
This shit is over with.
It is.
And the more bullshit they do, the more mama handed to their ass.
Yep.
They got y'all convinced that they ain't worried about shit. Because also in that speech, he talked about how resilient and how fearless Americans are. And they're not intimidated by anything or anyone. Why ain't they telling the truth?
Exactly.
They scared of the truth. They don't talk about how mama beating that ass.
Right.
They keep that out of the news. They give you exactly what you need to stay entertained and distracted.
Yep.
Now I hope Sis Cheryl gonna call in.
Yeah, I see her in the chat. She was in the chat.
Yeah, I wanted to call in.
Yeah.
Discuss her things.
Yeah, she said she was, so hopefully she is. Let me read the little number. Yeah, I have not memorized. Where the hell is the new number? Let's see if it's. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
We feel as though with everything that's going on, we ain't been heard from.
Right, we haven't.
We talk to each other. We talk about this. We talk about that.
Right.
But the people we really want to get at, they ain't really listening to us on this platform like this.
Right.
We thinking about the UN, not to ask for shit.
Exactly.
To put them some bitches on notice.
On notice, right, which is a huge difference.
That this shit is over. We know who the fuck we are.
That is correct.
And this shit is over. No deals, no signing shit, no treaties, no contracts, no extensions, nothing. It's over.
That's right.
We have to be heard. We have to put it out there. Everybody's being heard but us. We have the power.
That's right.
It's time to exercise it. It's been took care of on the spiritual realm.
That's right.
You have to manifest and claim it here.
In the physical. That's right.
It's done. Let that fear go.
Yep.
It's time to restore mama.
Indeed.
It's time to live good. It's time to be good.
That's right.
Balance.
Indeed. The call-in number, family, if you want to call and put something on it, 515-604-9230. 515-604-9230. I see Sis Sandra in the queue now. Let me pull her in. Well, damn, I just saw her. People coming in. Sis, I saw where you were in here. Now I don't see you. All right, sis. I don't know if you dropped off. Oh, there you are. There you are. See, yeah, you shifted down. I see you, sis. All right, I'm bringing you on. I'm just scrolling, but people kept coming in and you kept dropping lower. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, sister. Brother Sean, I hear your voice on there too. I was trying to find the number. I had it on a tablet and I couldn't find it. And my son called me, Jordan called, and he said, why aren't you on the show? I said, I can't find the number.
Yeah, and I almost opened up his line. I'm like, no, that's not it. That's not the right prefix. I'm like, oh, sis not in yet. So it's good to hear your voice, sis.
Good to hear yours. Yes. Uh-huh.
Also, you know, they had the audacity to now instruct people on how to sue congressmen and governors and stuff.
Okay, break that down. And number one, who is who and what the hell are they talking about?
Oh, because they talking about going after these governors for what they didn't do. For with the nursing homes, these Democrats, this, that, and the other.
Oh.
And they're actually telling people.
Oh, I see Sis Cheryl in the queue. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
They're actually telling people how they can go about suing them because they weren't acting in a federal capacity, that they were acting outside of the law, so they have no immunity. Their system is over. They're exposing
Wow.
everything. And if people not paying attention to that,
They're not.
thinking that the filing of any paperwork,
Yep.
and they're about to go off into a whole new system.
Exactly.
And we don't even know what laws still going to be standing as far as their system.
I agree.
Because they even talking about going after they do all this. Obama, all these governors, whatever crooked laws they pass, they talking about repealing all of those. So then that's going to open up all type of other avenues for alleged lawsuits, for people being wrongfully imprisoned, everything. But if we going to go after them, ADRIP should be the platform that we use.
Absolutely.
Because any crime against an indigenous woman or child is considered treason and punishable by death. As far as for in writing, what other protection we have that's better than that?
Right.
If you want to enforce something, enforce that.
Indeed.
Because those are corporate bylaws telling them how they are and aren't supposed to deal with us.
Right. Right.
And they're in violation of that.
Serious violation.
So either way you look at it, the game is over.
Yep. Which I don't know if you all know, but they have been behind the scenes, like you stated, Brother Sean, and I started to bring it up last week, but we got so involved. You know that I think they voted to include DC as a statehood.
Yep.
Okay.
Trying to do that.
Okay, so wouldn't that be equivalent to dissolving the corporation?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Changes the game, don't it? We were just talking about that, my son and I.
Yeah, I forgot to bring it up last week. So
Yep.
we see what it is. We see exactly what it is. And the story's not going to end like they think it is. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
The money will be different. They won't carry the state's debts. They won't fund states. They won't do nothing.
Yeah, because I ran up on an article I was going to share tonight. It came off of MSN, where they are definitely pushing for that digital currency. No ands, ifs, buts about it. They are going to implement it. So it's just one more step, like we've been telling you all, of them resetting the system, bringing it over into their version of a new age, which would be a lot more technical and all of that jazz. But we'll get a little bit more in that. But I want to bring on Sis Cheryl because I do want to allot her some time to put something on it. So let me bring on Sis Cheryl, and then we'll hop back into go ahead on with the fuckery. So here we go. All right. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Rhonda, Sandra, and Brother Sean, and all the listening family. I have a project that I've been working on with everything else that's been going on with us, and I have intentions of making a global international notice, and it's a declaration of decolonization of the landmass formerly known as Turtle Island, and I'd like to read a lot of that to you all.
Absolutely, sis.
So-called Christopher Columbus was sanctioned by the Catholic Church, the Vatican, to conquer lands that did not belong to them. He and his conquistadors tortured, raped, murdered, and ate the people they found on those lands. Today, their descendants continue to commit various acts of genocide against the indigenous people of those lands. Their laws, history, educational systems, sciences, and medicines are further used to supplant the identity of the indigenous heirs to the land. We are the indigenous heirs whose history and inheritance is tied to these lands and proclaim the following. All land, resources, property, movable and unmovable, thought to belong to the Catholic Church, the Vatican, doing business as the United States with the capital U in United States with the small u, the United States of America, the United States for America, its international parties or allies are hereby confiscated and reclaimed by the indigenous people, citing the law of Maat and post-limenium. Post-limenium is a law, and I'll give you the legal definition. It means after threshold. Threshold, the other beginning definition for it is beginning. It is a Roman legal doctrine whereby those captured by an enemy are regarded as having died free men before capture to protect those claiming under them, and whereby their return to the jurisdiction of Rome, the captives regain their suspended property and civil rights. The right or rule of international law, under which when persons or things taken by an enemy in war come again under the control of their own state, they, as a general rule, regain the rights belonging or relating to them before capture. The right by which persons and things taken into war are restored to their former status when coming again under the power of the nation to which they belong. That was first recorded in 1650. Land. By land we mean the term land, which includes all physical elements in the wealth of a nation bestowed by nature, such as climate, environment, fields, forests, minerals, mountains, lakes, streams, seas, and animals. As an asset, it includes anything on the ground, such as buildings, crops, fences, trees, water. Above the ground, air and space rights, and under the ground, mineral rights down to the center of the earth. The precious metals refers to the classification of metals that are considered to be rare and have a high economic value. These include, but are not limited to, gold, silver, platinum, iridium, rhodium, and palladium. Precious stones refers to several gems, including the diamond, emerald, ruby, and sapphire. They have a very high economic value because of their rarity or appearance. Human capital are humans being used as capital in stock, bonds, certificates, and banking schemes are all free for self-determination. Repossession becomes an act of necessity, and it is a self-help type of action in which the party having right of ownership of the property in question takes the property back from the party who took possession of it, whether agreed, implied, or usurped, without invoking court proceedings. And as a note, courts cannot rule nor make judgments when they lack jurisdiction. Therefore, it becomes necessary to forfeit and confiscate land and property thought to belong to the United States, the states, cities, and municipalities, and repeal all U.S. federal government allotted land agreements, historically known as alienated land, allotted land of Indian country. We, the indigenous people, demand restoration of treaty-guaranteed land, as well as monetary compensation. We demand restoration, restitution, or repatriation of lands acquired by the United States outside of valid treaties. Also be advised that no monetary amount can compensate for lands illegally seized, particularly those sacred lands necessary for indigenous people to regain sacred coherence. We demand an accounting for monies given in settlement to groups falsely claiming to be descendants of the original indigenous people, descendants of so-called $5 Indians. We, the indigenous descendants, demand the return of all land, waterways, railroads, roads, buildings, etc., all properties illegally taken from our people who are prisoners of war. The United States government ignored the existence of indigenous people on their own land and treated our land as a land free to colonize. The United States government stole the identities of the indigenous people by labeling them Negro, Black, Colored, Mulatto, African American, which left them a landless people, war prisoners with identity theft. White half-caste $5 Indians were encouraged to assimilate into the various indigenous communities and also the so-called white communities. Members of some Native American tribes have and continually receive cash payouts from gaming revenues, some as much as $30,000 per month from casino earnings, casinos built on our stolen land. The dog's final rolls allowed so-called white people to bribe government officials. They were referred to as $5 Indians in order to unlawfully obtain land allotments of land stolen, taken from the indigenous members of many tribes. Many indigenous people have been unable to trace their ancestry because the U.S. government has allowed identity thieves to falsely claim their heritage and to destroy documentation from the rightful heirs. The United States government has illegally and unlawfully sold off and stolen and taken from the original indigenous people, prisoners of war, to other foreign countries and corporations. As part of such actions, a Chinese company now owns 146,000 acres of prime farmland since 2013. There are many reservations located in these United States with millions of acres of trust lands which are leased for farming, grazing, oil and gas and other mineral extraction. Yet the descendants of the rightful inheritors do not live on these reservations nor share in any profits from these leased lands. We will not purchase any land because the land was never ceded to the United States. The land, along with many, many family relics and treasures, are being held in trust. We declare our independence. It's not a cessation, but a lawful, unilateral withdrawal from treaty obligations permitted under the 1969 Vienna Conference, the Convention as the Law of Treaties. We are not citizens of the USA. We offer citizenship to anyone who renounces their U.S. citizenship. U.S. colonial rule is at an end. The territory of the Republic of Indigenous Americans will include and encompass all the land stolen and held in trust by the U.S. government. This is the manifesto representing the wisdom of thousands of people, the ancestors and the great mystery, the great spirit. Wakan Tanka supports the rights of indigenous nations to live free and to take whatever actions are needed for sovereignty. We want international recognition according to the UN Declaration of Indigenous Rights, which was affirmed, as well as the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We were once a free people and returned to our free status, which was also affirmed by the UN Declaration of Indigenous Rights and the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Our struggles began with the doctrine of discovery, that infamous papal bull, the U.S. fantasy history. The doctrine which began the invading, encroaching, stealing, and occupying of our land, the murdering of our people, their displacement, and extermination. That is how today's America was created. In 1887, Congress passed the General Allotment Act, the Dawes Act, which ended our communal ownership of reservation lands. It distributed 160-acre allotments to individual Indians. But due to the reclassification, the identity theft of our people, we lost millions of acres. Wealthy ranchers exploit them today. U.S. authorities stole tribal lands and resources freely. They did so on the pretext of fulfilling federal responsibilities. Doing so abrogated fundamental indigenous rights unilaterally. Hundreds of treaties were violated. Our entire history reflects horrific struggles, denial of human rights, our God-given, unalienable rights of life, liberty, and property. We note that soon after a treaty was issued, the American indigenous people were removed from their land. Those treaties were not signed by the indigenous people, but by someone acting on our behalf, such as the European chief John Ross of the Cherokee, or by the issuer themselves. We therefore terminate all treaties. Land restitution applicant and claimant must be female. According to ancestral customs and traditions, the return of land is to the maternal line. Land claims will only be honored going back through the maternal line. We demand compensation due to the practice method of supplanter and usurper for countless generations, all done under the guise of consent. Also, generational testing, usually done under the guise of prevention, such as in the 50s polio, and in the 30s syphilis, namely the infamous clinical study, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment conducted between 1932 and 1972 by the U.S. Public Health Service on so-called African American, indigenous American men who thought they were receiving free health care from the U.S. government. According to Noah's Webster's Dictionary, 1828, American is a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the aboriginals of copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. The American was later reclassified as Negro, black, colored, mulatto, and African American, stolen identities. Native American is a native of America, originally applied to the aboriginal inhabitants that now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America, and especially to the citizens of the United States. Where is the home cradle of civilization of those that colonized our indigenous lands and now call themselves natives to the land? For the so-called Native American, it is not the United States. It is not America. We had an agreement with one another. I'm not going to get out of my canoe and get into your boat and try to steer it. And I'm not going to ask you to get out of your boat and into my canoe and try to steer it. We are going to allow one another to exist. In the beginning, we helped your people in their quest to be free from bondage on the land of the first people. We helped them establish their government, taught them how to cultivate the soil, build, and how to create agreements of peace and friendship. Their independence was based on our autochthonous status to the land, which helped in their claim for independence and creation of government. We have our own way of life, and you have yours, and we are not trying to convince you to be us, nor do we want to be you. You wanted our help because you were fleeing for your lives. This was the sentiment of the original Americans towards the Europeans. However, things soon changed, and we saw firsthand what it was they had fled from. The colonists brought their European wars to North America, and their competition for land and its resources were endless. This led to 100 years of war with the French and their indigenous American allies in the north, with the British and their indigenous American allies in the south. One moment we are traveling in our canoe down the river of life, traveling in a parallel line in their boat were those Europeans, or Euro-Americans who are here on our land. And the next moment, we were being kidnapped, stolen, moved across the land, put into bondage, slavery in our own land, and told we were escaped slaves. Those people they tricked into indentured servitude. Once our people lived peacefully on their own land, the so-called white settlers changed things. Western civilization destroyed their way of life. There's nothing civilized about it. They're either ignored, mocked, or demonized in media, books, films, and society. They're called drunks, beasts, thugs, primitives, and savages. These colonists always were a white supremacist society. Immigrants and their descendants have become the rich, powerful elites who have been controlling the indigenous people, and most others don't matter. They are systematically used and abused. They are not served. It's the colonist's way. History fails to mention many slaves were pale in skin. Those that were tawny, swarthy, coppered color, dark in skin, were prisoners of war. They killed our warriors, elders, even women and children. Those that survived were separated based on our varying copper-colored complexion. Mothers were separated from children who were used for the adventure of the colonists, rape, molestation, and bait for animals, which led to the genocide of our people. Our land, inheritance, and names were all stolen, and we were misidentified as Negro or colored, now misnomered Black or African America. Although those titles and labels were thrust upon us, many of our grandparents continued to fight for our inheritance and told many stories of our life before the colonist time. When many of the elders were growing up, it wasn't safe to be Indian. It was better to be thought of as Black or Negro. We often heard our parents say, "I won't be a Negro for nothing in this world." We were told to never talk about who we were or what we were. Our people were afraid. They thought that they would get hurt or be killed. So we just never talked about it much, especially away from home. But we knew who we were. We knew who our people were. Talking about your inheritance or your connection to the land and rights was a dangerous topic that could cost you your life. This is one reason why we see pale-skinned people claiming American Indian or Native American ancestry. Many ran and took refuge in our clans. Unbeknownst to us, some were working on behalf of the colonists to steal our titles and land. That is why in 1831, the Cherokee versus Georgia, Justice Marshall ruled that the Cherokee Nation was not a foreign state as defined in the U.S. Constitution, and therefore they could not sue the state of Georgia in the Supreme Court from usurping the gold on their land. By this time, many tribes had been infiltrated. The original Cherokee were being designated something else, while the pale-skinned European claimed their heritage and land. Here is the rally against illegal aliens. The descendants of the colonists are still claiming to be who they are not. The state government did little to discourage them, ignoring federal treaties and even abetting the taking of Indian land through bribery, fraud, and coercion. When the tribes turned to Washington for redress, federal officials proved ineffectual or hostile, depending on the administration. One by one, the other southern tribes, such as the Chickasaws, the Choctaws, the Creeks, and the Seminoles, signed treaties that required them to uproot to the far side of the Mississippi River. Modern-day Native Americans do not know of their copper-colored, bushy-haired origins, but have accepted the claims of their oppressor as fact without any verification. Those living on federal land, reservations, are a product of this colonization and rape. It is a very sensitive topic, as many are unaware of their true history. The same is true of many original American Indians. Although they have the historical link, They too believe the lies of the colonists and not the truth of their soul. All of the above make our argument and declaration as a sovereign state, the Republic of Indigenous Americans. Our people never ceded their independence to the United States. We have a long history as nations, a tradition which the U.S. recognized when it entered into treaty relationships with their governments. Instead, U.S. courts have declared Indians to be members of dependent nations who occupy their lands at the pleasure of Congress, a political body which may at any time elect to abrogate native status altogether. The United States stole our land, killed and enslaved our people. They tried and even today are trying to annihilate us. We stand firm and say no more. We take a stand to reclaim our land. We are the true autochthonous people of the land. Although they want to usurp our identity, their documents tell the truth. We will no longer identify ourselves by the names and labels given to us by the oppressor. We no longer identify ourselves as something that was created by the colonists. We've taken a very close look at our lineage. Tribes in historiography, ancient myth of autochthony in historiography, is the belief of the historian or the tribe itself that they are indigenous, the first people to inhabit their possessed land. People who sprung from earth itself are the original inhabitants of a country as opposed to settlers. In 1988, Congress thanked the Iroquois Confederacy for helping them establish their trading post and constitution. And you can research that. It was in the Joint House Resolution 331, which was done by the 100th Congress. I won't read it because it's quite lengthy. The ancient remains being found throughout the Americas are a Negroid, not Mongoloid or Eurozoid people. The reason the UN and Congress don't seriously entertain Native American causes is because they are foreigners. The 15th century definition of native is person of servitude, which applies to them even today. Present interpretation of native is a person born here but originates elsewhere. Both definitions apply to those on the reservations. These folks are descendants of Europeans and Asians, not from thousands of years ago, but fairly recent. They are foreigners, even if it was shown they arrived here 10,000 years ago. They could never be nothing more than an immigrant, a native, not divinely entitled to anything here. And to show you this is based in truth, Obama signed the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, and that alone would give the supposed Native American teeth to quietly fight and win their land battles. Yet they don't go near that UN declaration. They know it doesn't apply to them, and that they can't have land that does not belong to them. Their purpose was to displace the true indigenous people in exchange for land to live on and monthly federal support. So yes, the summation that they're not a sovereign nation is correct. Only individuals can be sovereign, and the only individuals that can be are the autochthonous, also known as African Americans, because they originated here, no one else. That is why the Montana freedmen were enduring so much hardship during their freemen on the land standing back in the day. It doesn't apply to them. Same can be said of the Native American. Any people labeling themselves as Native is placing themselves in the same boat as the fake Indians, which is why the people need to know who the original people are and call themselves accordingly. The illusions about who belongs and who doesn't are being dissolved daily. It is also stressed that the government would deal on behalf of the indigenous claimant any foreseeable problems that may arise from farmers having to return land. They also must also provide protection for the reinstated landholders, as well as paving roads so that we will have easy return. They should install water, sewage, etc. The government will provide protection against harm that may come to the people returning to family land. We do not need permission to reclaim and take our lands, people. We will not fill out any forms. We are the original beings and do not need permission to be. We demand an indigenous land corporation established by the federal government to assist the indigenous Americans to acquire land and manage that held land sustainably and in a manner that provides cultural, social, economic, and environmental benefits for ourselves and future generations. The corporation to be funded by an annual payment from the investment returns of the American government's investment accounts. They have plenty of public trusts that were set up with our land. Sex and slave trafficking, human organ harvesting of the indigenous people on the land known as America must end. We therefore call for the immediate removal of all military, law enforcement officers, agents, personnel, police, sheriff, and fire departments. The misguided governance of leaders in many American inner cities has caused confusion among its citizens. Sadly, when these police officers fail to uphold their sworn positions in good standing, the progressive leaders and influencers support them in their error. This has transpired far too long. Therefore, we, the descendants of the original inheritors of the sovereign empire known as America, call for the removal of all present law enforcement personnel, police, sheriffs, fire department officers, and agents from the landmass known as America and the United States. The security of Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, the children of the sun, is an enforceable action under the laws of Ma'at and must be upheld by nations, states, and countries. Also, through investigation, it has been determined the U.S. federal offices and local subsidiaries of Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Security Agency, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, Department of Energy, and many others have been responsible for countless murders and kidnapping. We must build a righteous world for all our people. It's shocking that the nation is so divided and people are demanding change to police culture while ignoring the incompetence of the elected officials who oversee them. We watch the cities run by progressive mayors and state officials who blatantly refuse to enforce common sense laws when it comes to police officers. It should infuriate everyone here in America that these progressive state and local officials allow men and women who have sworn to honor, never betray their badge, their integrity, character, or the public trust, that they will always have the courage to hold themselves and others accountable for their actions. Yet so many of those who do not uphold this oath have been allowed to remain on the police force. No job in America would allow an employee to remain on duty under such circumstances, let alone a job as important as policing a diverse community. In concluding, I have more, but I'll conclude that we are the true autochthonous people of the land. Although they want to usurp our identity, their documents tell the truth. I prefer peace, but if trouble must come, let it come in my time, so that my children can live in peace. That's a quote from Thomas Paine. And I have to ask everyone, what is your threshold? When are you going to stand up for yourselves, ourselves? We are being led to slaughter. Now is the time. Stand up and reclaim your land. The internet has made us neighbors. Facebook has made us friends. Research has made us partners. Let's stand together and rebel, and that will make us allies.
Wow. Thank you.
I
Thank you so much,
digress.
sis.
I would love to have people stand with me. If there's anything that we need to add, we need to add it. These people have shut down, closed down, they're closed up, and we need to keep it that way. We should not allow them to open up and start operating again on our land and controlling us.
That is right.
It's time to wake up, people. It's time to stand up. And we need to address these criminal acts as war crimes. We can do it through post-millennium.
Indeed. Wow. Thanks, sis Cheryl. So powerful.
Sandra, and thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, sis Cheryl. Peace and love. We're definitely gonna link up and talk about some things afterwards. I would love a copy of that. People in the chat room are sending you powerful shout out as well. It was made mention about what are the demands, and I pointed out that you had several throughout your declaration. So I truly appreciate that, sis Cheryl, and we're going to link up so we can repeatedly put this information out.
Thank you.
In words, thoughts, and actions. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I'll see that you get a copy, and Sean, and you can give a copy to Sister Sandra and anyone else if I can get their information. We need to make this international. It's time for us to take back what's rightfully ours. We can't continue letting these foreigners on our land make laws for us and hold us to their laws, throw us in jail. And we're the only ones not benefiting.
Indeed.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, sis. Peace and love.
Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power, too. Yes. Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Eloquently. Wow.
I know.
It's going to be, of course, y'all know it's levels to this. A lot of actions going to take place that can't be written down. It's within there, depending upon your perspective. But it ain't nothing new.
Indeed.
It's returning back to nature. And in the world of commerce, you have to have a lot of demand. When you come with just one demand, they deny you.
Yep.
But when you get to asking for a bunch of shit that hurt them, then they get to thinking about what can I sacrifice right now to hold them off.
Right.
We ain't gonna get it back in one lump sum. We got to put in that work.
Absolutely.
And we will slowly phase them out of everything.
Absolutely.
And it's making them be accountable for their people.
That's right.
Just like Trump had said when he turned down the World Court and everything, he said the International Court said that they can't try U.S. citizens, that they'll hold them accountable themselves. They've been doing it. So, any of your agents anywhere supposed to just be keeping your citizens in mind. They ain't supposed to fuck with us at all. Period. Now, mate, if you gonna put it out there for the world, show everybody that you're a man of your word.
Indeed.
Take care of your people. Keep them out our shit.
That's right.
period is over. You're being put on notice.
Absolutely.
You gotta be told. We have to put it out there in the universe. Other than that, they don't know what side you are. They think
Indeed.
you waiting on a new deal. You're trying to set up your own community. You having people sign everything over to you as part of your deal. They don't care as long as you keep people citizens.
Yep.
They give you a little bone or two, set you up as sharp, but you still got to come on home with their money, in whatever form it is,
Right.
whether it's digital or not.
Yep.
The thing with their digital, you ain't got no choice but to get it what's theirs, because they could just take it.
Yep.
Ain't a goddamn thing you could do about it. They shut your whole shit down, and you can't do nothing.
Yep.
You may not even be able to go out the house if you got that chip in you. Oh, that can be linked to your home security system, your car, all that stuff. Your ass ain't going nowhere. I know some of y'all thinking about that vaccine. Some of y'all still with Gates and Fauci. I mean, pick your poison, or why not just not pick a poison? Stay out of that shit.
Right.
Do what you're supposed to be doing.
Right.
There's a war going on, and you sitting on the side being a cheerleader. You can watch what's going on, but you still supposed to be doing what you're supposed to be doing. You can't multitask. I mean, we'll see.
Indeed, indeed. And so, damn, y'all.
The recording has started.
I was supposed to be recording. God doggone it. That's all right, because I like to have backup to the backup to the smack up. I am going to get with Sis Cheryl, get the document. I'll post it on Truth Uncompromised Facebook page. I'll also look into putting a link onto this broadcast to maybe link it to Google Docs. So you should be able to look at this replay via YouTube, and I'll get a link up there. So give me a couple days to get with Sis to get the document and get that posted. And again, we will keep putting this information out there. I will continuously keep mentioning it. I'll get with Sis Cheryl. We're going to pull highlights from the document to be read every week with our opening, and then periodically, if it's okay with Sis, Cheryl will bring her back in to reread it. So now, family, what your part is, it has not changed. I have been consistent in what I have been saying. You have to clean up your particular family and bloodline. You have to be prepared to be responsible for self. You have to break the dependency from the corporation. We are at that point now. This is it. Can't get no clearer than this. Mother Earth is showing us on a second by second basis. She not messing around. The corporation knows it as well. That's why they're making certain moves accordingly. And they're just hoping and praying they can stand up a new system and keep the party going. But you, because of who you are, because of your bloodline inheritance as caretakers of Mother Earth. You have to step up. You set the precedence on what the frequency will be in these lands. Some of you have incarnated back into this realm for this moment. These are very, very important times. You literally have a huge changing of an age and frequency. You are writing the new history. You are setting the tone / frequency for the new realm. Get your internal house in order, because you can no longer depend on a corporation to do those things for you. You have to get your internal self together to be in tune, to rock with Mother Earth. She is the winner on this thing. Okay? All righty. Dang, that was powerful, Sis Cheryl. Sis Cheryl says, when we stand up and reclaim our land and rights, Mother Earth and the universe will assist us. Absolutely. I am going to read that again. When we stand up and reclaim our land and rights, Mother Earth and the universe will assist us. Beautifully said. All right, brother 832 is in. He's been holding for quite a while. I know he got a lot to say. Brother, I'm going to bring you on, and I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. It's hard for me to hold it together after all of that. So here we go. Let me bring on brother 832, and then I'll be right back. Oh, wait a minute, brother. I didn't mean to kick you out the queue. Oh, I had you on there. Doggone it. Peace and love, brother. Are you on?
Roger!
There you are.
Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed.
And the wind beneath my wings, Sister Cheryl, I am at a loss for words, just as you are, Rhonda. If you can see my number and forward it to her, it would be much appreciated. Before I go into further illumination along the context that she brought up, anyone who's followed up on Hulu, Vice, I'm sure you've heard of it in the past, is an extremely insightful docuseries called Cyber War, being posted on Hulu. Again, that's Vice series. They have lots of different documentaries, but this particular one on cyber war will make your hair curl and stand on end. In addition, in the chat, I posted two things. First, the League of Indian Nations of North America, with the link to their website, if you didn't see that in passing. If you could share that, forward it. I'm not endorsing it one way or the other. I'm supporting it the same way that I support, in general, what Sister Cheryl just did. She made a declaration. that declaration is universal, but I'd like to talk with Sean about something he said that really motivated me to call. Finally, the other thing I made reference to was to show the misidentification and the identity theft. Choctaw, I spelled, which is not Choctaw. Aniawea, which I spelled or may have misspelled them, which is not Cherokee. These are the original autochthonous tribal names that have been appropriated through these treaties, through the Trail of Tears, through the theft of Andrew Jackson that is now being perpetuated by, as Rhonda says, the Trump card, and Washita Nation under the Empress Virdiasi Turner Gostin L. Day. She already has laid the fundamental basis in the United Nations by declaring themselves, though acknowledged by the UN, as the most ancient people on the planet. Sean, I know you're familiar with that. We talked about this before, and what a lot of people did not understand, that laid the groundwork for the American Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People, right, my brother?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said something that really perked my ears up that I wanted to respond to and get some more clarity before I make more commentary. You said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just going to say it the way I heard it, that Aboriginal women and children that are violated, raped, child molested, victims of pedophilia, the committing of those acts were treasonous. If that was correct, could you explain a little further to me about what you said and where did that come from?
American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
Oh, you're saying that was a part of ADRIP?
Yep. It's a part of ADRIP, indeed.
Okay, so then in the context of how do you see it as treasonous? I'm not saying I disagree. I just want to understand what it is they just.
They stated it. That's in their words.
They? I got you, my brother. I want us to be on the same page. And who is they?
The signers of ADRIP, the creators of it.
And
Obama
therefore,
signed that.
Well, that's true. Representing the federal government and the corporation, most people don't know there's two different things. But,
yeah, but
you're
they
saying
only
that was
listed
an agreement.
as states now, because in ADRIP, they're listed as states.
Now, you're talking about 50 individually, not the United States for or of America, as Sister Cheryl just talked about. Right?
The
That's
states
what you're
that
talking
they're
about.
talking about are what we now know as corporate countries.
So the so-called, I'm just trying to make sure that everybody listening to us is all on the same page. The 50 individuals, the 48 contiguous, and Alaska and Hawaii, is what you're saying under this declaration in the UN body are observed as 50 independent nation states. Is that what you're saying?
They're not even counted in it. It ain't got nothing to do with the individual states.
Okay.
It listed, how many countries did it list this? I had it listed.
Well, you're talking about it was now in 2014, was it 196 or was it the entire 209 today in the UN? I mean, I know that's semantics, but I believe in 2014 it was maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 190, 196 nations of the United that were members.
I think that might be it. I'd have to go back in the document.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's really neither here nor there. I mean, like I said, that's like fine points dealing with semantics. But the concept that I was saying was because using the two together, and by the way, Cheryl, she stated it, Rhonda, that the only sovereign is an individual being, not nation states, not entities, not a corporation. And what you're listening to these white supremacists talking their conspiracy theory, the QAnon corridor, and all that kind of crap, the alt-right and so-called conservative white America.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've said this to you before. Did you hear that their new thing they're going to do in stealing our identity is pronounce themselves American sovereign? Had you heard that?
Yeah.
Well, we knew that's what they was trying to do all along.
Time ago, yeah.
Right. So as they're hollering the organic constitution garbage,
Right.
The common law garbage that
Right.
they want to try to use as the cover. See, so again, I'm 100% in agreement with what Cheryl did tonight. Now, I don't know when you go back and review this if you can jip or clip the section that was recorded in the YouTube context, because presumably all this is still being recorded on the YouTube side.
Yes.
If you have the capacity of doing that, not to say I don't want to hear my good sister again. She did it with conviction, clarity, and without interruption. It'd be very easy for you to just loop that at a future time if you have the technical capacity. I was just going to comment on that if you hadn't thought about it. The other thing is, in the context of the UN Declaration of Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People, side by side with the Human Rights Declaration, which was created and encouraged by Eleanor Roosevelt during World War II era, right? I know you're aware of that. Mm-hmm. So those two things stated, the UN and the American Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, that only the individual can declare what is called nationality, okay? And that no one can deprive one of declaring one's status as nationality. No one can stop them from changing in a future time, declaring their nationality. And no one can tell me when I am born, which is literally my genetic makeup and in my DNA. So all this paperwork bullshit, if anybody who's brought this up in the past and currently, whether it's the Moorish Science Temple of America, whether it's the United Nations itself, whether it's the more than 600 plus treaties that none of our autochthonous ancestors authorized. You said this repeatedly, Rhonda, in passing.
Yep.
Who were any of those chieftains as signatories to any of those hundreds of documents that were abrogated and broken by the foreign invaders almost before the ink was dry?
Yep.
With the X's.
With the
right.
Marking the spot, you mean like treasure map, X marking the spot?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Jay Winter Nightwolf interviewing the minister, Louis Farrakhan?
Yep.
I think I've shared that with you before in the past. Do you have that, or could you pull that up? Not necessarily tonight, because I love talking about this. When we start talking about what is indigenous, what is autochthonous, all these other conversations. I remember we talked about that French lawsuit, which still just gets me every time I bring it up,
mm-hmm.
where a so-called French judge said, where are they native?
They're nowhere.
Nowhere on the planet.
Nowhere.
It wasn't enough for him to say they didn't have standing in France. And that so-called white people, just like the militia, the Christian identity movement, the Christian, what do they used to call it? The White Citizens Council, all across the South,
mm-hmm.
going around claiming they had Christian identity, which, by the way, is symbolic of the cross being burned. All of these so-called white, what do they call them today? Evangelicals?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They all fall under this umbrella of Christian identity, right?
Right.
Now, this one court and this one supposed sovereign entity of France, which is not sovereign, it's a no different corporate government representative than the United States of America, incorporated from 1871. These entities all across the planet are inextricably linked and are dual mirror copies of themselves. So they are all illegitimate, correct?
Yep.
And they're all incorporated in the United Nations, which was originally the League of Nations under one of the most racist white supremacist presidents, Woodrow Wilson, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He initiated the League of Nations, and he initiated, as our good brother Dane Calloway is revealing to us, compulsory education, both of which are imposed externally on our autochthonous Aboriginal ancestors. Now, we today are regurgitating this filth when we do things like sing America the Beautiful,
Right.
take the Pledge of Allegiance. The national anthem is not an anthem. It is a battle cry. The Star-Spangled Banner was written on the field of bloodshed on our land without authority. It has been incorporated indoctrinated in public school systems to our children, K through 12, since since the first decade of the 1900s, under Woodrow Wilson. So again, all this stuff is only 100 years in its
Exactly. Exactly.
When we go and make this declaration that Sister Cheryl has done for all of us tonight, I am not telling anyone listening to us tonight to agree or disagree. I don't care whether you do or not. She has put it in the ether.
That's right.
The statement has been made.
Right.
The documents, without our participation in the United Nations and with our faux half-black president, Barack Hussein Obama, claiming that we have the right to declare what is ours by birth.
That's right.
Our sovereign entity and establishment of that I exist. But I'm supposed to be triggered because a Caucasoid European centurion knight has put a knee on one of my brothers and executed him in a snuff film live on Facebook worldwide. Do you know what? And this is what really disturbed me. I haven't maybe made this comment before, Rhonda. But did you know that young woman, Darnella, whose name is attached inextricably to this, because she was going to the store to get some Skittles or whatever snack for her younger nephew or cousin, that every time that it is shown, her name is tied through Facebook, who has made, okay, do you know 168 hours makes up a week? And each one of those hours is television programming. And each of those hours is 60 minutes, correct? And each of those 60 minutes is 60 seconds per minute. And how much on advertising on average is there? Between $100 to $1,000 a minute, let's say? How much money do you think has been made from the moment that he was videotaped and it has been broadcast on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, what, WeChat in China? What you feel where I'm going with this?
I feel you.
And how much money was made and is made to this moment off of this one man's execution, assassination, murder? Now, I don't say this to denigrate George Floyd or the taking of any of our brother and sisters' lives, but I think you understand what I'm saying about the basis of capitalism.
Right.
Okay? That's one example. The next one is, how many of the declaration that Sister Cheryl just did tonight, there's at least between 40 and 50 million misidentified African Americans, whether they agree or not, whether they embrace it or not, has been declared tonight, July the 2nd, 2020, as autochthonous sovereign beings. That is between 40 to 50 million claims of identity. That, you know, I've said this before in the past, I'll repeat. The number one federal crime is not murder, it's not rape, it's not pedophilia, it's not child molestation. It is identity theft.
Yes, you have.
Okay? So now, we have a snuff film on Facebook that's perpetuated death of melanated people, making hundreds of millions of dollars. We have 40 to 50 million claims of identity theft. Now, the next category is land claim, which is what she already laid out. It does not matter what is under the land. None of us own it. We've said this repeatedly in all of our conversations ongoing and going forward. But the receipt of those gifts, minerals, precious metals, gems, they are all mama's bowels.
That's right.
Literally. And what comes from a mother's breast to a child is between the two of them.
That's right.
And as he just said, the taking of the life, the abuse, the kidnap, rape, pillage, and pedophilia of mama and child is treasonous to all autochthonous existence on every square centimeter of this planet. Now, I know it sounds like a lot that I've described there, but I mean, this is what Sister Cheryl just did in declaring.
Yep.
Whether any individual listening to me and those ignoring us, because they are not awake, still sleep, have their head stuck in the ground like an ostrich, which means the ass is up in the air, your head is stuck in the down. All right. The declaration of us just here in Turtle Island. We're not even talking about Central and South America.
Right.
Just those of us here who are purposely being misidentified, who are continuously in an active confusion, who suffer under identity crisis. So therefore, that makes you, as it says in law, the ward of an illegal corporate enterprise.
Yep.
Because to state one to be a minor or a minority means you have not the capacity to fend for oneself.
Yep.
And therefore, and this is the very key point of this declaration that she made tonight, you are the property of the state. That is what we saw Derek Chauvin do to George Floyd. This has gone on since the first slave patrol and the acquisition of property, which who was considered the first property? Our ancestors. And we are, to this very moment in time, constantly struggling, fighting, and existing. This 12-year-old, I don't even want to repeat his name because, again, he's already been put out there, but you know who I'm talking about, with this infamous song now, I Just Want to Live. This 12-year-old baby is now all over the internet. This 4-year-old girl who watched Philando Castilla in another snuff film console her mother. Can you imagine? A 4-year-old child had the ancestors within her body had enough calm and reason to deal with the horror of a goddamn criminal actor of the corporate state shoot this man who was legally, because none of what they do is lawful. Everything they have is unlawful. But he was legally licensed to carry the weapon on his person, right? Mm-hmm. To this day, not a peep from the National Rifle Association, correct? They have never even mentioned Philando Castile's name. I am not saying this to give any defense to them whatsoever. We should not be expecting that. That's our problem. Expecting them to see us other than what they have written into the Constitution, 3/5 all other persons, right? That declaration in the Constitution is property, right? That's what the Constitution is declaring. The only two populations that were identified, and I've said this repeatedly too, and I'll keep saying it, was white males over 21, free and land owning. Those were the citizens of the Constitution. And Indians not taxed, who is who Sister Cheryl just declared tonight to be Indians not taxed. Doesn't that by definition mean not under the jurisdiction of the corporation? Doesn't that by definition mean one cannot hold anything over me? Not the corporation, not the laws, and all taxation is voluntary by definition. So none of what they do is lawful nor constitutional in regards to Indians not taxed. Now, I'll wrap up with this for those who still, whether they're not convinced in what I'm explaining and espousing by supporting what Sister Cheryl did tonight. Whether you understand what the Declaration means, whether you get a copy of the document or not, whether you research the United Nations or the American Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, Big Mama has told you time and time again, and Rhonda has said this every week. Okay. They said they were Indians, not Africans, not niggas, not Negroes, not colored, not black. They have told you when they didn't have birth certificates and they kept records in that Bible, that same one that was beat over the head of them through the whip, the gun, and white supremacist terror, the Ku Klux Klan. They told you who you were, where we came from, and we were always here. And we still listening to who? Last week you said, Rhonda. That nigga on the corner selling incense, dashiki, and fucking patchouli oil?
Right.
Or you going to listen to Henry Louis Skip Gates, who's the front man for the Mormon Church and Ancestry.com?
Right.
Or are you going to listen to Roland Martin, I just found out in the last couple of years, a Haitian Negro who went running over to Ghana saying that 2019 was the year of return? Do you know not a peep out of a single African nation, including Ghana, today, claiming who? Providing records of genealogical facts of anyone of the 300 to 400 to maybe 500,000 so-called African cargo shipped to North America? Okay, now how the fuck you get from 500,000 to 50 million?
Right.
You see? So I'm not saying I'm making any sense because, like we say, repeat, I'm confused. I'm confused. Who the fuck are you talking to?
Exactly.
Because I think what does Kendrick Lamar's song say? We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right if you get your black ass back under mama's apron.
That's right.
And I yield.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Brother 832. Thank you so much as always. We got another caller. Dang, y'all coming out the gate swinging tonight. I think this is my millennial sis, and I know you gave me your indigenous name, sis. You know I'm country, so you got to say it a couple of times for me to get it correct. So let me bring on 775. Peace and love.
Peace and love, family.
Peace and love, sis.
I'm so glad to be on with y'all today. I've been waiting for this Thursday since last Thursday. And I am she who walks in the mist. That is the
she who walks in the mist. That's beautiful.
Our 70-year-old, I'm going to say it proper, Choctaw brother.
Yep.
Who survived the swamps of the Mississippi. His lineage did not leave on the Trail of Tears. He told me the story. He said that they hid in the swamp. They did not go on that Trail of Tears. So the Choctaw Nation is de facto.
Yep.
His grandfather had the right to that land in Mississippi, and they called it a reservation at that time because there were several families living there, and it was over 62,000 acres of land that they had title to. And Gulf Oil came and confiscated their land with a fake eminent domain paperwork that the sheriff basically drafted up. And they came and confiscated the land, kicked them off the land, and told the county that it was abandoned land, and they were able to purchase it for $200.
Can you give that acreage again, sis? And just so we can put that out in the ethers, yet again, Choctaw land taken. If you could just restate the acreage.
62,000 acres. Now, my wonderful Choctaw brother, he lives literally 2 miles away from me. I helped him to get a house because he was renting and living in horrible conditions. And I helped him to get a house. He lives about 2 miles away from me. He comes over and visits with me every week. I just cut his hair for him yesterday.
Oh.
He's a wonderful brother, full of information. He wants to do a powwow on Zoom and invite all of the family across the whole entire continent, the diaspora, everywhere. He wants everyone involved. He understands what happened because, of course, he's melanated. He's melanated, and he understands what happened. And he tells me all the time, you're doing the right thing. He made what you call a talking stick. and he explained to me how to use it, and he gave me the first talking stick that he ever made. He gave my husband the first fan that he ever made. And he told me that when he passes away, all of his regalia will go to me. I'm not saying this to like ring my bell or nothing, but it must be something that I'm doing right over here, because I'm definitely on the call with the right people.
Yeah.
Y'all are the most intelligent people, I promise y'all. And I'm always telling people, like, y'all need to get on this show. Y'all talking about change. Y'all want to get better. Y'all want to do better. This is the show you need to be on, because these people are probably the most intelligent people I've ever talked to in my life. And I'm so honored to be able to speak with y'all. This is an honor for me, and I want to help this brother with his Zoom powwow.
Yeah. So you know to count me in, sis, already, girl. I'm kind of silent, trying to get my little self together. Damn, y'all. Over these past couple weeks, y'all done brought a sister to tears. Shout out, all honor and respect to our elder. We definitely have his back. Any way that we can assist with him creating his platform, we are most definitely there. So yes, sis, get with me offline so we can definitely make it happen. And we're just honored to have you as well. As I've said to my millennials, you know, we are passing along the torch to you all. So that's what the elder is doing. He is preparing you to step into that role. These are the things that we were supposed to do, and we lost that. So that elder is showing you the way on how we are supposed to do things. It is your time now, millennials. So it's the elder's responsibility. I'm not an elder yet. I'm just a mini mama.
You're an elder. Stop it. Stop it.
It is our responsibility to turn it over. So, love you much, sis.
Two more things. I want to say two more things. I have a wonderful cousin that I met through 23andMe. I know a lot of people ain't got much good to say about those genetic tests, but I found a cousin of mine who is building across Africa resorts for our people in Tanzania, in Ghana. $16,000 for your own resort. And he comes with receipts, y'all. And he goes in his one of his major lineage last names was Johnson, and I was like, Sister Rhonda. And he was telling me how his mother and that lineage was never slaves, and that they came from Asia, and he was just, when he was talking and telling me the story about how when he did his lineage, it was going right along with what Sister Rhonda was saying. And I was like, you know what? I don't care what anybody say. These history books need to be burned.
Absolutely.
Because they are all full of lies, and it's a bunch of bullshit, and it's keeping us in this situation where we're arguing with our own people about who we are. We shouldn't be arguing anymore. I'm still arguing with my little brother. I'm like, dude, like, if you don't shut up and listen to me, I'm your older sister. You're dumb and you don't know what you're talking about. Just shut up for a second. Like, we keep having these arguments with our own people about history anymore. It's so frustrating. We can't evolve and build like we need to build when we have to argue with our own freaking siblings about who the hell we are.
Right.
But I digress in that manner. The third thing I wanted to say was, I'm not sure what your past experience has been with Washita or anything,
But when I was going through a very rough, when you start to come into the knowledge, you go down this rabbit hole, and all of a sudden your family starts treating you like you're crazy.
Yep.
Your own spouse is looking at you like you're crazy. You don't even know if these people are going to put you in a nut house.
Right.
So I literally had to leave my home, and I went to stay with Dr. Aleem and Kadira in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And when they welcomed me in their home, they taught me about herbology. Excuse me, I got a crier in the background.
That's okay.
Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. They taught me about herbology, Reiki. I know that they sometimes get a bad rap because at the time they were charging like $300 for reclamation paperwork.
Right.
And a lot of people were saying, oh, why are you charging our people for paperwork, blah, 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 like that's not cool. And I understand that. I understand both sides, but I can't say anything bad about Dr. Aleem. I can't. He has taught me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he welcomed me into his home when I was having a rough time in my life. And they didn't treat me like a stranger. They treated me like I was family. I was in their kitchen cooking food and everything. It was just like, it was nothing but love.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt nothing but embrace and love. And when he told me the story about how they became part of Washita, it was because her son, Empress Verdiachi's son, I don't think he was really woke on that level to be able to take it to the next level like
right.
Dr. Aleem and Kadira were trying to do. And so it ended up becoming a battle between blood lineage and, who can actually become the heir and take this to the next level.
Right.
And it's unfortunate that her son didn't work alongside with Dr. Aleem. We could have been so much further. Just like with young Pharaoh and his arguments with a lot of the conscious people. It's like, if y'all don't even understand how powerful y'all will be, if y'all would just work together.
Right.
Why is we still arguing, y'all? We in a different time now. We got to band together. It's so important. If you're a Christian, okay, I'll be a Christian for a second. God damn it. But I still got my Buddha's head statues up. Like, we just got to stop arguing for a second and just find out what we agree on as people and build on that. And the one thing that we definitely agree on is we all need food, water, and shelter.
Indeed.
And we don't need to be paying no taxes. But when you start standing on your own square, there's nobody standing next to you. That's the problem. I stood on my own square by myself against these evil-ass motherfuckers. And when I say they tried to kick my door in and take me to jail, I had to call the police on the police.
Mm.
And who was there? There was not one more there. Nobody with a Bay or an L was standing next to me in court. I was standing by myself with my son trying to save his life.
Mm.
Right.
Trying to save his life.
Yep.
And nobody came for my son.
Yep.
And when I was sitting there putting in my paperwork, everybody's like, yeah, file this paperwork. File that paperwork. Okay, now it's a learning curve. I got to go get me a Black's Law dictionary to see what the hell I'm filing. I'm reading. I'm studying. I'm standing on my square. Where's my support group?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
With nobody there. So what did I do? I had to leave Georgia, my ancestors' land. My great-grandfather was born in Cuthbert, Georgia, and I had to leave my ancestors' land and move halfway across the damn nation just to get some peace from these fucking racist-ass people.
Yep.
Mm.
And I'll go back in a heartbeat and stand up against them if I got some people standing with me. But I ain't doing that shit by myself. I already did it.
Yeah.
Right.
We got you, sis. We got you. We love you. I do want to say that I do thank Aleem and his wife for looking out for you during your time of need. We got to clean this up. And when I'm referring to we, I mean the elders. Get your shit together. I don't want to hear about no motherfucking scams. I don't want to hear about no motherfucking men trying to run something. I don't want to hear about any of that bullshit. It starts with your family, your inner family. Nobody should be encroaching or broaching on other people's family and lineage. Clean up your own bloodline, your own family. Do what is right for you and yours and the future generation. We're no longer tolerating the paper pushers. We're no longer tolerating folks selling packages. We're no longer tolerating folks selling memberships or nationality. That shit is over with. It is time to put in the work. Or shut the fuck up and sit down, or we gonna call you out. Nobody's getting a pass. Nobody gets a pass.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I don't see it, mama motherfucking sees it. And you gonna be dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
You
know, I like to put a little 2 cents in this because as Sister Cheryl was speaking and your millennial caller, I remember that my grandfather, my mother's father, ran from Louisiana. He had to run. And he had thousands and thousands of acres of land, but nobody really knows the story, what happened, except for he had to run for his life. And what's that story about the guy that said, what's his name? I forget. They had a movie about him where the white folks came in there and took all the Louisiana, and the people had to flee for their lives. But I remember my grandfather was a part of that, and I assumed by the fact that he was in Louisiana and had about 20,000 acres of land that he was a Washita. And but since he was so afraid that, and that's one of the things I think is the fear that they had for being caught and killed for their property, that he just went and ran from it. And nobody really knows the story of, where it is and we got to stop that. I absolutely love Sister Cheryl's declaration that we're going to have to stop running and start talking about who we really are.
Right.
And my kids won't listen to me. My son Joe Don does, and my older one is just about to get the understanding. I'm telling you who we are.
Right.
You don't have to listen to Farrakhan. You don't have to listen to Henry, whatever his name, who did his DNA and all that kind of stuff. I'm telling you who we are. My grandfather was afraid to even talk about who he was. So all that property is somewhere in Louisiana. And it was timberland. Because I asked my aunt a question. She don't even want to talk about it. I asked my aunt a question. I says, well, who was my mother cotton picking for? Was she picking cotton for a white farmer or something? She said no. She was picking for her father. That was my daddy's land. Mm-hmm. So for some reason, our people have got embarrassed about being run off their land.
Yeah.
And they want to keep it secret. But it's not time for embarrassment anymore.
No.
It's speak up.
Tell it like it is.
Like it is. Let your generation know That you didn't run because they had a stick at you. You ran because they had guns at your back. And you did it for self-preservation. It's no shame in that.
Right.
But now it's time to take it back.
Sis Cheryl says, Sis Sandra, my grandfather was killed because he would not sell his 500 acres of land.
Oh, wow. You know, that's what my grandfather ran from. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, her name was Lake. I don't know Lake what, but, you know, because they were so afraid. And thank you, Sister Cheryl. My hat's off to you, and I'm standing with you on that. Because as you were speaking that, my heart was touched, and I have tears in my eyes because I understand all our legacy from Louisiana is gone because he ran. And you lost your grandfather. You know, I mean, it's a no-win situation either way you look at it.
Right.
But we have to stand up for it now.
Right. Well, sis, she who walks among the mist, baby girl, we love you very much. You know, you're always welcome. Thank you for sharing your powerful story. You're getting a lot of love in the chat room. Some folks are sharing their similar experiences. And just know you are not alone. You're no longer alone. Although we are all separately cleaning up our bloodlines, getting things correct, that within itself makes us one as a collective. Let's love on each other. Let's support each other. And let's also hold each other accountable. So I love you very much, sis.
I love you too. And thank you so much for always being there, even throughout the week. When I send you messages, you always respond, Sister Rhonda. Sometimes I'll be feeling like I'm the only person in this world.
Nope. You got us. You got us. So
and I love you for that. I really do. Thank you so much, y'all.
Okay, love you, sis. And hit me up so we can get the elder with the hookup.
Okay, I will. I definitely will.
Okay, peace and love.
All right.
Peace and love.
Ooh, child. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
It just was a time for that type of unity that she was seeking. She had to go through what she went through in order to be where she is now.
That's true.
We can't let that destroy us. It's a lesson to learn from. And she's grown from it. And now she's where she's supposed to be.
Indeed.
Family is also frequency. As we read all throughout Black nobility, our family turn on each other. Everybody ain't here for the same shit. Breaking the bloodline curse.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe you and your direct descendant, that which came out of your divine womb, that's a whole new bloodline. Because
that's right.
Who you made it with. You can break all that other stuff. If they're not willing to come, you got to let them go. Some people going to choose to be citizens because they like that life, especially now.
Yep.
If they say that they're going to give blacks positions, corporate heads and this, that, and the other, they know how to bribe the greedy niggas.
Right. That's for sure.
You know,
we have to let go of a lot of things, even as far as for the places that our ancestors were. We still a part of Mama. This is a universal indigenous fight. And all the rest of the indigenous people are looking to us
That's right.
Period. I know it seemed like a lot, and yet, as they say, it's easier said than done. But that's only if that's your perspective. You don't have to believe that because they said it. You just do it. When you really get tired of some shit, like if you sisters, if you were an ignorant ass nigga, and he got on your last nerve, you cut him loose.
Yep.
You done. You don't give a fuck. Same thing. Same thing. You have to do it.
Well, Brother Sean,
Yeah.
In relationship for them standing with the corporation and get themselves some power, I was looking at ATT News yesterday, and I'm trying to get this thing to scroll, but my computer internet is down. But they had Tulsa in 1921, where they took those people with power, that was in power, melanated folks, they took them down. And then they had another one I saw here in 1898 in Wilmington, where a Confederate sheriff, white European, was put into sheriff, and they went out and killed the melanated people that had been put in power. So it's not a good thing to stay with them, because one day they may decide to take you down like they did in 1898 in Wilmington, and then they did it in 1921 in Tulsa. They don't like to be told what to do from melanated folks. So if they want to sign the contract so they can get in power, they're in trouble already out the gate.
Of course, but that's just it. They're not going to be where we are. They can do what the fuck they want to do in these low dimensional realms. We ain't going to be there.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing that people got to realize. They going someplace else.
Right.
We leaving. And they seem like we in the same place.
Yep.
But obviously people don't feel the energy change. We're in a whole different realm, a whole different era.
Yep.
Right.
That's why all this stuff is being revealed.
Yep.
Yes, out.
And you have to make a choice.
Yep.
And that choice has to align with your bloodline. It ain't a matter what you say out your mouth, your DNA, your bloodline is going to be the goddamn proof. That's why they keep all the remains here secret.
Yep.
That's why they don't want you at the mounds and this, that, or the other.
Yeah,
Even though in A-Grip it say that we're supposed to have uncontested access to all of our ancestral belongings.
Yep.
But we don't fight for the right stuff. It ain't about signing no paperwork. Everything is already in upheaval. But everybody's talking but us. And we got everybody else talking for us. We got fucking fags representing us running around talking about Black Lives Matter. Fags!
Yeah, for sure. And it's not even about us, that thing, that Black Lives Matter. And our people don't have enough sense to realize that, or they don't care to realize that.
Fags
One of the
yuppies. People that go back home after this shit is over, get bailed right out of jail and go back home like ain't nothing happened. Go back to their cushy 9 to 5.
Yep.
And what? Your community all fucked up.
Yep.
You don't stand for nothing. Nothing. But you fall for every goddamn thing. Anything they tell you,
Mm-hmm.
Anything they tell you. But you don't even listen to your own people.
Yep.
Your grandma told you, or your great-grandmother. Somebody in your family told you, and you looked at them like they was crazy.
Yep.
I argued with them, too.
You want to be this slave. You want to be this nigga that's been dragged and drudged through all this hell and tyranny. I ain't saying shit here was sweet, but all of us wasn't fucking slaves.
Right.
No, we weren't.
Period. We didn't lose control into the late 1900s.
Yep.
They still trying to erase history.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they still digging and looking for shit. They ain't been here that goddamn long.
Yep.
They ain't found everything. And they trying to get y'all to go along with a new deal so they have a little more time to try and find the shit that they didn't find.
Yep.
And mainly a way to get rid of you.
Ooh.
If you don't come on board and be a good Roman citizen. But the people or the beings that are supposed to be doing it are going to. It ain't about everybody right now.
Yep.
A lot of our people still need structure in place. They're going to need to be programmed. It's going to happen every place because everybody is going to do their job. It ain't about waiting to see what happens over here. Do what you're supposed to over there. We got this. It's done. Speak. You say that words are a curse or spells, this, that, or the other. We created this shit. Why not use against them what they've used against us? But we can do it with more power because it's our shit.
That's right.
But I digress.
Indeed, Brother Shine.
Indeed, brother.
All right, family. Boy, we done went through a lot.
There's a lot.
Okay. On that note, just a reminder, like Sis Cheryl dropped in the comments, that if you do your part, Mother Earth will also work with you. Because I done told y'all, at the end of the day, she gets to make the final decision. Who gets to reside on her? So we talked about this saying. Number one, we told y'all it was coming. We told y'all that red oxide dust was coming. Rap the News told you. Brother Kalai told you. I concurred with both of them. It's here. Now you have states scrambling, putting an order in place to force folk to wear masks.
Oh, yeah.
And they say it's because of Rona. We know different. I told y'all out the gate when Rona came on board that it was about that red oxide dust. It was about the planetary shift. Rap the News went and dug up a video in China showing them way before the Rona stuff started wearing masks because of dust. So Brother Black, who's been on this show several times, he posted something on Facebook, and I'm going to bring it up. He posted an article, and it's off of the website SOTT.net, and it says, monster sandstorm engulfs a Chinese city in minutes. So YouTube, you all see this picture. This dust is red. It's red. Residents have captured the terrifying moment a freak sandstorm engulfs a Chinese city in minutes. Apocalyptic footage shows the city of Hotan in western China being devoured by sweeping sandstorms, turning skies orange and blocking out the sun with thick dust. Another video filmed by a motorist shows his view from the windscreen being completely covered by sand, with nothing visible in sight. The terrifying scene was captured on camera by onlookers in Hotan, Yinjiang Autonomous Region of Western China. The sandstorm is said to have entered the city at 4:50 p.m. yesterday with high wind swirls of over 46 miles per hour and visibility of less than 50 meters or 164 feet, according to the Chinese video. One video filmed by a driver shows the vehicle flashing with hazard lights, carefully passing on a road as the sky is darkened by thick sand. A local resident who witnessed the freak weather described the monster sandstorm as the worst one in years. The woman told Pair Video, "It was about 5 p.m. today. I was walking down the street. The sandstorm suddenly came. It came really fast. The winds were really strong and the visibility was extremely low," she added. "I felt like I couldn't see anything. I felt like this sandstorm is the worst ones I have seen in years." Local weather authorities yesterday issued a red warning, the highest level for sandstorms, advising citizens to keep safe. No casualties caused by the adverse weather conditions have been reported. The city of Hotan is susceptible to monstrous sandstorms due to its geographical location bordering Taklamakan Desert, China's largest desert. The extreme weather has become more common in recent years due to human activities and deforestation, Chinese media says. All right, so of course they got to throw their motherfucking version of it. Still don't explain this orange/red dust. Still don't explain the sandstorm, although they're saying that's coming off of the Sahara, engulfing the lower parts of Turtle Island. And it is supposed to move up, they say, as far as Canada. And it's really hitting hard the Caribbeans. And there's supposed to be a second wave of that dust coming through. So I say again, this is just me. That is why they are issuing this second emergency of Rona. It is because of the dust. Okay? So get ready. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Like when I looked that up, that's one of the key ingredients to making thermite. It ignites real easily. Now, whoever up there in them ships, we put their ass on notice. You try anything. We could light up the whole goddamn sky with plasma.
Light that bitch up. Indeed.
Anything on the ground, too.
Yep.
Because it's everywhere.
Yep.
And I'm guessing if you're not in tune with mama, your black hat's cooked.
Well, we do know that several people have said that they have had visions, they have had dreams, and I'm one of them, of it being these ashes in the air, just all over. I think Mama Wu off of Facebook. If you're not hooked up with Mama Wu off of Facebook, hook up with her. She puts out some powerful information. She discusses about our indigenous roots. She also had a dream where some catastrophe happened. And the aftermath of the catastrophe were ashes floating in the air. And she had to go outside and sweep up the ashes. Right? So at the time that I had that dream, it was so visual. It was so real. I'm like, damn. I literally saw a lot of people in quarantine. I saw people, the folks dressed up in the suits, same shit they doing right now. And people was locked down in quarantine, and I had to go and get a family member out of there. And so we were walking the streets. And particularly where I was in Cali. I was in Cali. And it was total ashes. Total ashes. That shit was just floating down out of the air. So at the time, I'm like, I know I'll get what that dream really means. Then I heard Mama Wu talk about something similar. Then some folks on YouTube started describing a similar dream. But what that means is the current climate is very, very electrical. It is extremely electrical. The UV radiation is off the fucking charts. So that means when that sky lights up with that plasma, it is what it is. And make no mistake about it, plasma is intelligence. It is not random. I'm going to say that again. Plasma has intelligence to it. It is not random. These are the times that you are in. So that is why it is important for you to be in tuned. Now, I just put this picture back up that I shared last week, that I literally snapped from my TV screen. Somebody sent in to the local news after a hard ass rain. This is what the fucking sky looked like. With the purples, the pinks, and the yellows. This is what the sky looked like, family. This is really what they are hiding from you. This is really what they are hiding from you. We're not talking no 2, 3 years from now. We're talking right now. Mother Earth is accelerating extremely fast. She not fucking around. She not playing. She don't care nothing about your packages, your motherfucking paperwork. What brother such and so told you, none of that. Get your shit together. Get in tune. She's giving you all the proof that you need. Sun don't rise where it's supposed to rise according to them. It don't set to where it's supposed to set according to them. They have no control. This is mama's game. So you either dance to her music or suffer the consequences. It's just that simple. So there are a lot of important galactical changes going on now. You are witnessing it. This is the quote, quote, apocalypse that the Christians speak of. Although I ain't heard none of them preachers, the poverty motherfucking pimps, come out and say that's what we're in. But that's exactly what you are in. It is not a time of doom. It's the doom for some, but it is the freedom for others. Mother Earth is restoring herself back to balance, back to abundance. So, all right then, family. All right, where we want to go with next? Yeah, they know it's close. Copper-colored soldier. They already know it's here. They know that this shit is over with. They know it's a wrap. That's why they scrambling, trying to turn the shit back over to melanated people. That's why they trying to turn the shit back over. The last ditch effort was the funk ass technology. We told them the shit wasn't gonna work. So that's why they've ramped up all of this. Oh, we gotta stop racism. Oh, these statues gotta come down. Oh, we need to donate hundreds of millions of dollars for this, that, and the third. The melanated people been wronged. But you have to answer, and that's to all. So don't think I'm just sitting up here talking about Caucasians. I'm talking about you melanated ones that participated in the fuckery also. You know, you have to answer to mama. For her children cried out to her. Their blood was spilled within her. And it will be answered to. No one gets a pass. You know what fucking time this is. And anything that you do to try to block, manipulate, hide, shall be returned to you in 100 folds. You know exactly where we are. So it ain't no half-assing. It ain't no pacifying. We don't have to answer to you. You are not in authority to assign, to delegate a goddamn thing. because it was not given to you. I warned you 2 years ago. We are here. Now, if you don't like what I have to say, you don't like the message I bring, stand your ass out and you tell it to mama. All right.
It says
Yes, sir.
they didn't participate in it, they orchestrated it. As we read, I mean, people are making all these claims to black nobility and happy about the fact that melanated people were that ignorant and dirty.
Right.
And still want to claim that. They tell you that they orchestrated it, that they taught them. So they have a bigger price to pay.
Indeed.
Than anybody. What has to be atoned for? There are no quote-unquote color lines. It's what you did.
That's right.
And Mama knows.
That's right.
She knows every drop of blood that's been spilled.
That's right.
She knows what's her babies. And she knows what's them demons. That's making her sick too. Burying those things in her mama.
That's right.
Their remains should be thrown in a volcano, burned to ash. Should be nothing left of them to go into mama, into her waters, nowhere. But y'all still got a thing for them. For some reason, there's a lot of y'all that still can't see a world without them. Billions upon billions of years have passed that they weren't here.
Right.
If you can't see returning to a natural way of being, you're never going to get there. You didn't see it. You didn't go there in the spirit. When you truly see it, you go there. You're already there spiritually. Your soul is already there. It never left.
Indeed.
They just told you that it left, and you believed them. And you fell in your mind. Your soul is still where it is. But as far as for this physical work of art, the greatest thing we ever created, or the greatest thing that Mama ever created, you don't even treat it right. You don't do nothing with it.
Yep.
You give away all your energy. You learn everything but you. You worry about everything but you. This is hard for a lot of us.
Yep.
A lot of family, you got to say, fuck you. You really do. They don't have to agree mentally right now.
Yep.
Once you break the curse, once you're acknowledged and in the present state of being, just because of their bloodline, that automatically makes them that.
That's right.
Whether they want to admit it or not. So we can't worry about all of them. We have to make it happen.
That's right.
And those in that move forward shall. And everybody else will in their time. We're all energy. They're not going nowhere. We have to learn to let them go. They're gods and goddesses themselves. If they choose to participate in the fuckery longer, let them.
Right.
Shit, go ahead on. I mean, look at the bullshit we watch our family members do now.
Yep.
And don't care nothing about it. So when it comes to your soul, you have your own purpose. It don't matter who you related to physically. That has nothing to do with your purpose. You've made choices that have affected you personally. That's what you have to correct. You might just be that example, that light that they need to make them change. Just do you. Don't stress about them. That's going to make your journey harder. Free yourself. Because you're the only person imprisoning you. It don't matter what somebody else say, do, or don't do. You have a choice. And that choice begins with your thoughts.
That's right.
As long as you think that you have to go through this, you think that it has to be like this, you think that it has to be like that, you put that out in the universe. And with all the power that you have, you've delivered that unto yourself.
Yep.
You did it. Nobody else. Nobody else has power over you at all, period. Nobody.
That's right.
You give people power over you. I digress.
Indeed, indeed. Ooh, very powerful stuff tonight, family. I do want to send a shout out to this brother on YouTube. I found out he's actually out of Cali. New Earth Productions. I know I've been playing snippets of his videos every week. He literally puts out videos like every day, sometimes a couple times a day. They're very short segments. I highly, highly recommend you subscribe to this brother's channel, New Earth Productions. His Instagram info is Orion_Morningstar 676. Orion Morningstar 676. Now, the brother, he be putting out so much good stuff, but he put out one called Red Dawn Boom a couple days ago. I want to share this with the family right quick, and then we can ready to get crack-a-lacking. We got some information to talk about tonight regarding Africa. We gonna go in deep on all of the lies that they told about that continent. We're gonna go in on that tonight. So shout out again to the brother from New Earth Productions off of YouTube. Your work is just absolutely fabulous. Thank you, brother, for the work that you are doing in this realm and other realms. You are like so on point. I highly encourage you to subscribe to him. And again, his Instagram information also is Orion_Morningstar 676. And this video is entitled Red Dawn Boom. All right, here we go.
Bang, bang. What up, fam? Source God. Amen. Yo, family, check this out. You see this dust that's supposedly coming from the Sahara Desert in Africa? Nah, family, that red dust you see is the iron oxide coming off of Nibiru. You see what I said? It's that Okay, because you have Nemesis is a red dwarf. Somebody said it's a black sun, invisible sun. It's actually invisible to your eyes. It's a UV sun. So I mean, you can only see it using infrared. It's a gigantic red dwarf. You see me? And following this red dwarf is another planetary system of orbs. Nibiru is one of these orbs. And on another level, family, there's also it's multi-dimensional. So there's a level where Nibiru is like a mechanical planet. Like seriously, like a battleship. See? Just like Earth, like in the Transformers movie, Earth was Unicron. Earth is actually a living thing, a being. You see me? I say a machine. And family, it's not far from the truth, because it's just like the rocks were alive. Mud University, Mud Fossil University here on YouTube. You guys can go check that shit out. He drops a lot of real shit. Yeah, it's Mud Fossil University or whatever. But yeah, a lot of that shit it's real, family. A lot of these rocks, a lot of this shit, that the planet we live on was a living being. This shit is alive. See, and it went through a transformation, a whole metamorphosis, and now it's reawakening. The sleeping giant is awakening. But part of the awakening cycle is this new sun coming in, the black sun, the Nemesis sun, right? Being followed by its own solar system, its own soul system, because that's Nemesis is Isis, right? And then Isis and Ra, our sun you have here, that's being covered by the simulator, but the simulator is failing now. And the chemtrails are trying to cover it up, causing that big halo you see around the sun and all the fucking shadows and shit. You see what I'm saying? But this new fucking paradigm, fam, this new incoming sun, the black sun, it has completely rearranged this whole matrix. It's transformed it. And the only thing that's left of the old world is just the remnants. What people are holding on to in their minds, fam. You see me? That whole shit is dead and it's done. You see what I said? And the new sun, this Nemesis with its bodies that's travel with it, they seem to be like really based with this iron ore. You see what I said? It's like some people call it the hell planet, like Nibiru, for instance. They call it the hell planet because it's an iron ore planet or iron ore orb. See, in celestial orb. See me? So it carries a red dust. And that's the red dust you see that's falling, that's coming from the Sahara Desert bullshit. It's not the Sahara Desert. It's straight up Nibiru, family. That's the shit from Nibiru. All this other shit is a cover-up. Everything is a cover-up for this that I'm telling you about. It's a cover-up for Nemesis. It's a cover-up for the new bodies that have entered into our system. You see me? Because think of, like I said, think of the earth as a living being. And there's a virus. And now how would you say, like the vaccine then, for lack of a better term, has been injected. See, and the vaccine, part of the vaccine is that Nemesis system. It comes to clean up the fuckery. Somebody said, and anything, like I always say, if you're not on the frequency, if you're on the virus frequency, it's gonna wipe you the fuck out. There's no stopping it. It's all intention, all intent. See, that is what creates reality. And like I said, it's broken up. The false grid, this fake reality has fallen. Somebody said the only thing keeping it alive is the minds of the weak right now, and they're not strong enough to hold it, so it's disappearing. You see me? And there's no hiding it anymore. See, so like I said, this dust is not no fucking Sahara Desert dust. It's the iron oxide from off of Nibiru and off of Nemesis. See what I said? Just like the red rain you see falling, fucking all kinds of rivers and shit turning red. It's all that iron oxide, family, no matter how you slice it. That's what it is. Some of it is you have like blood coming up from the Titans' bodies that were built everything on. So you have some of that as well. But the whole point is, it's blood, family. Yeah, man. It's red right now. Yeah, as it's written, it's wormwood turning the waters bitter. In the Bible, in the Bible, it talks about wormwood, the star that will kill like 1/3 of the sea life and the animal life. And you see what's going on with the birds and the fish and all that type of shit, right? That's wormwood. That's Nemesis, Nibiru. Yeah, man. It's a soul system that's come to cleanse, and that's just what it is, you know. And there'll be mass casualties on all levels, but there'll be a resurrection. But you have to just stay on the frequency, dog. Stay on the frequency. Don't fuck around right now. Don't get your mind in this low-level trap that they have everyone on, race wars and all this bullshit. Don't get caught up in that. Whoever's on those frequencies, you're more than likely going to be taken out. Yeah, man. Leave that shit in the past. Right now, it's all of us soul beings as one. Fuck everything else. Samasa? So, yeah, man. I just wanted to drop that little jewel real quick. Source got out. Bang, bang. Yeah.
All right. Thank you again, brother. That's New Earth Productions, and that particular video is called Red Dawn Boom, and his Instagram channel is Orion_Morningstar676. And that video was literally from a couple days ago, and he's probably put out about 4 or 5 since then, because he puts one out daily. So I highly encourage you all to subscribe to that brother's channel. And thank you again, brother. Excellent work. You are appreciated. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Okay. He says Orion. Remember a few shows ago I said that Orion is where Nibiru is. It's hiding in Betelgeuse.
Yeah, you said that.
So, in the morning, I'm in the west.
I know where you're going, sis, but go ahead.
In the west.
Yeah.
They said when Nibiru passes, they is going to carry the dust because of the fact it's magnetic. Now, that's one part of the story. The second part is every morning, about 5 o'clock in the morning, I see this huge planet in the east.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is just tipping to rise, and that is the time that I'm able to take a picture of it. And Gina says it's square. She's seeing a square planet. I gave that picture to Jordan, my son.
Yep.
And he gave it to you, and he said to me, it looks square. I said, So I blew it up, like he, said to do it. I'm not too computer savvy on these things technologically. And sure enough, it looks square. But I know it's not a star, because a star blinks. It twinkles.
Yeah, it does. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Planet. I mean, it's a big planet. And it was at a distance. I couldn't catch it week before last on my phone, but now it's moving this way. And that is in the eastern sky where Orion's belt is. I said, oops.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that pic up because I didn't have any content on what I was actually looking at. Is actually a beautiful picture. Because even the color of the sky, sis, that ain't no normal color.
No, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
It's actually like a red.
But on the picture, I'm finna bring it up, y'all, in a minute. I got to put it on there. It don't look. What color did you say when you was physically looking at it, sis?
Kind of reddish.
Yeah, it doesn't reddish. Show up in the picture like that.
I'm gonna open it up. I thought it was reddish. Maybe it could be purple. I don't know. I had my eyes focused on that big old planet.
And that's okay, because I know other people that have said that what they see in person and then what they take a picture of sometime is different.
And that is, I out of my towards the east because I'm west, and I took that from my eastern, my backyard, which is in the east. And I said, "Ooh, look at that!"
You said the sun was it rising or setting?
It's rising over there in the northeast. It's so you see that star in the sky, and there's a bush or like a tree, The sun is right there on the left side of that tree. It looks like purple, aren't they? The sky.
Yeah, you looking at it, and I'm bringing it up, family. I'm trying to get it up on the screen for you all. And there was also an article, sis, where they were saying that I'll pull it for you all next week. That a star, a really, really bright star, disappeared.
That was Betelgeuse.
Oh, okay, so I'm not crazy. I did hear them say that.
It was Betelgeuse.
How the hell they gonna say Betelgeuse disappeared?
It was a supernova and went out without any stuff. I saw that on the news too. I said, I didn't read it because I knew what they were talking about. But yeah, they said it went out.
Now, if they supposed to be watching this, right? Aren't they supposed to be watching this stuff according to them?
Yeah.
So aren't they supposed to be tracking the life cycles of these stars?
Yeah.
So, how they gonna just say it and just upped? I'm bringing it up now.
It was like between Mars and Venus or something like that. And they said it was going out and it was going to affect the Earth and this and that. And if that red oxide dust is any indicator, it is.
Yeah, well. So I have it up, sis. And yeah, it's there. Plain as day before the sun rises.
I let my dog out to go pee-pee, and I said, what is that? What is that? First, I think that was the one I said was over in the west, right? I think it's the same one. It was in the west. I took a picture of that, and then it went backwards towards the ocean west, and then it disappeared. I said, now, I have never seen a planet go backwards. But it went backwards. And I saw it moving going backwards until it disappeared. Now and the light went out as it went backwards.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sid. Now, you do know that they also reported that Saturn's rings are disintegrating.
What I heard too.
So now, if you understand from a metaphysic and esoteric perspective, Saturn and the moon are known to have been controlling the frequency. So the frequency was coming from Saturn to control the realm, okay? And the moon was also used as a communication satellite to broadcast the frequency as well. And then the moon was also used to re-trap folks into reincarnating into the fuckery. Okay? So if you know the whole story, yes, Scotty Saturn says, yes, Saturn moon satellite matrix to broadcast time. Absolutely, Scotty Saturn. Absolutely. That's why, and the brother, New Earth Productions, check out one of his videos. He broke this shit down eloquently in 10 motherfucking minutes about Saturn, okay? And that's why if you look at the top of Saturn or the vibratory frequency of Saturn, it is a motherfucking cube. That's why within this realm, everything is centered around the cube. All right? because they usurped the frequency. Now, if you are into ancient quote, quote, mythology, the whole Nibiru concept, Brother Wendell and myself did for a whole year, the ancient story myths. And we went over this. And we talked about the ancient war, the galactic war that went on, where other entities or planetary bodies and their people kind of came over into the solar system, our solar system, and declared war on us and Mama Earth. And literally, one of the planets blew up in the process. Mother Earth was twice her size. She took a hit. And that's when this was the start of the change of the frequency. Okay? So none of this is a coincidence that now all of a sudden Saturn's rings are disintegrating. That's why we tell you all this is a extremely, extremely special time / age / frequency that you are witnessing.
Hey, didn't Dan Brown say something about Saturn and the Catholic Church and that they came there and that's their God and all that kind of stuff from there? Isn't that what his book said?
Say that again, sis. I got distracted. I'm sorry.
Saturn was the church's God or Satan. That's what he said.
Yeah, and you saying the same thing, Deep H2O in the chat. That's why I got distracted, was saying when they do the pilgrimage to Mecca, what is it that they circle and pray around? The black cube. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Tressie, planet Tiamat. Yes. And if you read those ancient texts, and damn, which one was it? I don't think it came out of not the Book of Enoch. I think it came out of one of Stenchon's, Zechariah's book, I think, because we went through, it was about 5 or 6 texts we were using with that series.
Malachi York, I think. It wasn't that Malachi York that said that too?
His is the tablets. Yeah, he has the tablets. But his, to be quite honest, what I like about his, he went into a lot more details about the structure of the ships and all of that jazz. But he was kind of busted out from hijacking Stitchen's work. But nonetheless, yes, we also brought in his particular text as well. But in it, they were talking about the story of that particular war where they ganged up on Mama Earth or Tiamat. And I remember because Brother Wendell was like, and we totally disagreed on that. And still, I disagree to this day. And that's okay. It's still all love, all good. When he said, he was reading out of the text and he said that they ganged up on Mother Earth because she was like, no, y'all not coming up in here with this fuckery.
She wouldn't move.
She wouldn't move. She wouldn't move out of her position. And so they were like, she got all the power. She got all the wealth. That's not fair.
And the
she needs to share. And so I said to Brother Wendell, motherfuck them then and motherfuck them now. They did not have the right to come and take her shit. That's not our motherfucking problem, entities. That you fucked up your home.
And wasn't the Sarian, was that his name? He had some things on Tiamat out there too.
So that's not our problem. You know that you don't belong here. You fucking know. Because you had to change the frequency in order to reside here. You had to cut down the ancient silicon trees to fucking stay here. You know you don't belong here. So you know exactly where we are. You ain't bullshitting the OGs. You're not bullshitting us. So I done told y'all 2 years ago to take that shit to Mars or wherever the fuck. Because I think you destroyed Mars as well.
They leaving. Yep.
You know where we are. So, all right then. All right then. Thank you, sis, for sharing that with us.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But didn't they say that Saturn was the original sun? That Saturnalia is sun worshiping.
Yep, I heard that also. Absolutely. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Ra is just a new name put on.
Yeah.
Right.
And we know that the true energy source, the black sun,
is the black sun.
It's feminine.
Yep.
In nature.
Yep.
The magnetism. I mean, it's so much that they've lied to us about.
Yes.
I still trip on the fact that people look at Lucifer or Satan as something bad because the Bible told them that. You say that the Bible is a bunch of shit, but you're still scared of the devil. And it's just higher and lower aspects of self.
Exactly.
But we still give this demiurge power by saying that he's capable of doing this and capable
X, Y, and Z. Yep.
of doing that. Only because we permit it to be so. And we worshiping everything outside of Mama, and as the story said, these summer bitches jumped our Mama.
Yep.
What's going on? Mama was knocked unconscious.
Yep. Sure was.
She waking up now and she cleaning house.
Cleaning house.
These planets, as we call them, are living, breathing beings.
Yes, they are.
Living ships, for lack of a better term.
Yep.
And Mama been derailed.
Yep.
That's the only way that all these other fucks are able to come here and do the shit that they're doing.
That's the only way.
And
they
I'm talking about
her. Yep.
And I'm talking about quote unquote aliens, this, that, or the other. We know it's all types of you weird motherfuckers down here too.
Yep.
That's true.
And like Brother Wisdom was saying, Brother Remy, he made me think about it though. Said that the Galactic Federation of some bitches had to turn on us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why they let all this shit go on all this motherfucking time? And if we get down to the root of it, you some bitches is actually the cause of it.
That's what I
say. The Moors wouldn't have got to do what they did. Would nobody else that had the opportunity to do what they did if y'all didn't fuck with my mom?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. There's battles, there's shit going on up there. I'm quite sure the Galactic Federation been infiltrated just like every fucking thing else. Because you got to sell out thirsty motherfuckers.
Yep.
But all y'all shit got to come to an end too.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? We waking up. And that don't just mean that our power is over mankind and this, that, or the other. You some bitches had to jump, my mama.
Yep, sure did.
She's waking up. Her children are waking up.
Yep.
Y'all got some atonement to do too.
That's right.
Ain't no passes for no fucking body.
That's
I don't
right.
give a fuck what dimension you come from, motherfucker.
Tell it.
Payback is a bitch. You feel me? It's going down. It's over for all y'all. So you might as well just come on in and come clean now. You're saying that this is the time for healing and truth and exposure and this, that, or the other. Let's start with you telling who the fuck you is. We don't need you to tell us a motherfucking thing about who we are. Be honest about who the fuck you are, where the fuck you come from. Just be honest about that. Don't need you to do shit else. Because it's already open.
Yep.
I'm giving you an opportunity to tell your fucking story. Not pretend to be like some other fucking body else. If you this, that, or the other, motherfucker, stand up and say who the fuck you are and be proud of your bloodline, bitch. I digress.
Indeed. Indeed, Brother Sean. Nobody gets a pass in this realm or the next. All right, now, family, here we go. Shout out to the brother on Facebook. He has a group that he put together. He drops a lot of facts, a lot of truth regarding the true story of the indigenous people of the Americas. And over the week, he's been dropping a lot of stuff about this continent they call Africa. All right? Because remember, the lies that folks are still motherfucking rocking with is that the indigenous people of the Americas, the indigenous melanated people of the Americas that have been reclassified as Negro, colored, and African American came over as slaves by the millions from Africa. Now, we done already debunked that several times. Other folks then debunked it several times. We then took and told y'all Africa was not what they said it is. It's not even as old from a civilization standpoint as they're fucking claiming. We done already told y'all that the pyramids of Giza, that shit does not predate the ancient pyramids of the Americas. Furthermore, it is being speculated that those pyramids of Giza were constructed at a much later date based on them using rebars, etc., etc. Yes, Scotty Saturn, America is the true old world, indeed. So, we getting ready to go in on, let me pull this up, y'all.
I heard from this guy who did a video on it that they use concrete over there.
I saw that.
And concrete wasn't found with lime until the Roman Empire.
Right. I saw that video too.
Yeah, so that's how they know that over there is fake.
Exactly. All right. So now we on this particular platform, we had already went into Liberia. So we told y'all that Liberia was usurped by melanated Europeans known as freemen that left out of the Americas when they didn't get their way for rulership over the new government that was ultimately formed, or the new corporation that was ultimately formed, because ultimately they put Caucasians over that. So they went over to Liberia, uninvited, unmotherfucking welcomed, and started colonizing. There was already indigenous Africans, and they weren't even called that because Africa is really only the size of a state, what we call today as a state in the US. All right. So I forget what nation it was called back then. So they took their motherfucking stinking asses over there under the guise of a company that funded them, a colonization company that funded them, and started taking over those people's stuff, the indigenous people of the land shit. All right, so this is the brother, and shout out to him, Brother Key, his information. Liberians trace their ancestry to freeborn and formerly enslaved African Americans who immigrated in the 19th century to become the founders of the state of Liberia. They identified there as Americo-Liberians. Some African Americans following resettlement in Canada also participated as founding settlers in Sierra Leone. And present day, I don't know that motherfucking French word, but y'all see it. Cotedlvoire. All right? So did y'all catch that? Liberia. All right, and they say here in formerly enslaved African Americans. Well, they can't be African Americans if they going back over to Africa, someplace that they didn't originally come from. So you see the double talk in that. All right, they were free-born Europeans, melanated Europeans, and some of indigenous true Americans that had partnered up with them, but mainly the melanated Europeans took their asses over there to Liberia and Sierra Leone. So now melanated folks out of the Americas that are doing these DNA tests, when your shit come back from West Africa, we finna go in. We finna go in. Because this shows you all that shit is fake as fuck. They making it up. Although the terms Americo-Liberian and Congo had distinct definitions in the 19th century, the terms Americo-Liberian and Congo are currently interchangeable and refer to an ethnic group composed of the descendants of the various free and ex-slaves. They say African Americans. I'm striking out that African part. I'm going to say European and indigenous American Caribbean, recaptive, and Sierra Leone Creoles who settled in Liberia from 1822. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, come on, catch up, YouTube. Liberians called those from the Americas Congo people. Americo-Liberians. Americo-Liberians, or African Americans in Liberian English, are a Liberian ethnicity of African American, Afro-Cuban, Caribbean, and liberated African descent. Okay, so again, I'm going to point out, can't be that you African, but you leaving from the Americas to go back over to Africa. That shit don't wash. Either they were melanated Europeans or they were indigenous to the Americas, Turtle Island, or the Caribbeans. Now, remember when we did the Black Nobility series, we went over that the Caribbeans has a lot of melanated Europeans inhabited the Caribbeans to this day, specifically the Irish. All right. And some of them were put into positions in the Caribbeans and positions of leadership. All right. All right. So the sister ethnic group of Americo-Liberians are the Sierra Leone Creole people who share similar ancestry and related culture. Americo-Liberians trace their ancestry. Now here you go, y'all. Sierra Leone Creole people, Masonic Order of Liberia, True Whig Party. Gonna read that again. Sierra Leone Creole people, Masonic Order of Liberia, True Whig Party. All right. So just from the state of Masonic Order and Whig Party, we know Masonic Order, the oldest Masonic Order, links directly back to Europe. The oldest Masonic Order is a melanated order. It predates what they are calling the Freemasons order. And we know what the Whig Party is. Neither one of those are African. Then there are Americo-Liberians who are descendants of freeborn, okay, I'm not going to read that, who arrived in Liberia from 1822 onward, and Congo people, descendants of immigrants from the Caribbean, making up an estimated 5% of the population. They used to dominate politically in Liberia. Okay, so we told y'all before on a couple of shows before, when we read the list of people who were ruling over in Liberia, and we went through the list of names, all melanated people. We showed you that they had the European melanated surnames. We even notated a Tubman in there. We notated a Campbell in there. And that Campbell name is an old ancient name over in Europe, because a lot of territory was assigned to the Campbells over in Europe, melanated Campbells. Okay? And yes, I find it highly interesting, Tressie, the Congo. I know. I find that highly, highly interesting. All right, let's go on. All right, so this map should be coming up pretty soon. All right, YouTube. All right. So, map of Liberia. Hold on, y'all. I have to wet my whistle. Y'all remember that song? This is for us OGs. This with our mama now. Y'all ain't up on the whispers. They the twins. They twins R&B singers.
Wet my whistle.
Yeah, you remember that song?
Yeah, wet my whistle.
I just got to wet my whistle. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. This is the map of Liberia. Now, Brother Sean reminded me of the from our elders and ancestors. Longitude west from Greenwich. Colonial towns. Guyana. Y'all see these motherfucking names on here? New Georgia. Now this is the map of Liberia now. New Georgia. Pennsylvania colony. Mississippi colony. Louisiana colony. Maryland colony. Again, this is the map of Liberia. So, who came from where? When? Because they sure in the fuck ain't finna convince me. You sure in the fuck ain't finna convince me that millions of Africans melanated. Let me just think. I want to make this crystal fucking clear. Millions of melanated Africans were brought across the Atlantic to the Americas for slavery. But yet, back up in the late 1800s, you take some of those same folks and bring them back over to those same lands and set up colonies. Now, bruh, I don't know about you, but if you had a family member that was kidnapped, number one, you would be looking for them. Let's be clear on that. You would be looking for your motherfucking family. You ain't finna let that shit go. That's number one. So then, you finna try to tell me that you brought the kidnapped family members back? And then, the people that are indigenous to the area, Liberia, started warring with those said people that they allegedly brought back? Wait a minute, how the fuck does that happen? If they're from there, wouldn't they welcome their people with open arms? Why would they have to set up colonies? Because the fucking shit ain't true. Why would those same kidnapped folk come and rename the motherfucking territories after European fucking names? The same names, and some of these names are indigenous America, because Mississippi is indigenous American. So this what the fuck you trying to convince us? All of these names are European. And there's even Bexley. So folks in the Columbus, Ohio area, there is motherfucking Bexley on this bitch too. St. John's. Now this the map of Liberia. Yeah, right. Okay. We gonna go to the next one. Waiting for it to switch over. According to an African author, Aboriginal South Americans brought civilization to Africa and civilized Africa. So it's given the source of this excerpt out of this book, Civilization and Ancient Egyptians. The idea that it was Europeans who introduced civilization to Africa is one of the biggest historical myths. In fact, evidence from archaeology, oral history, traditional languages, and cultural practices strongly indicate that it was the South American Indians who introduced civilization to Africa some 7,000 years ago, long before the Greeks and Roman civilization emerged. The South American Indians had introduced civilization to Africa, thereby making Africa a second continent in the world to become civilized. Spurred on by their South American Indian guests, the Africans built great empires that lasted for several thousand years at a time. Contrary to popular myth in the Western world, the advent of Europeans destroyed civilization in Africa rather than made it. Okay, so this is the author of this book, Civilization and the Ancient Egyptians. This book is by author Contango Ebongo. I may pick up that book too and check it out. All right, so like we done took and told y'all, which continent is the oldest? We done took and told y'all that. So all life did not. Oh, it's a good book, Copper Colored Soldier. Okay. I'm gonna have to pick it up then. Thank you for that. Yes, sis Cheryl. So they were kidnapped, enslaved, sent back home, and then came back to America. That shit don't make no type of sense whatsoever. Nary whatsoever. Yeah, because according to the narrative, they have been kidnapping folks since the 1600s. So that means by their calculations, those kidnapped folk was over in America's, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. So about 300 some odd years, ain't nobody come look for them. Now remember, the Africans have been going back and forth, trading in the Americas, particularly South America, for hundreds of motherfucking years. So, ain't nobody came and looked for our copper-colored asses. Ain't nobody put up no stink. You means to tell me that the big mamas over in Africa didn't get on they motherfucking papa them, they motherfucking husband them, they sons, their brothers to go get her chillins? That's what the fuck y'all trying to convince me? And then a group of those supposed chillins went back to West Africa did not share any of their same cultures, wasn't trying to blend in with them, wouldn't intermarry with them or none of that. Taking over they shit, starting shit, renaming shit with European names. Started warring with them. I thought they was the same people. And then got their asses kicked out of Liberia and Sierra Leone and Congo now. That's what the fuck y'all trying to convince us. That's what the fake ass DNA test you keep tying the indigenous copper color Americans back to these same lands. Bitch, you busted. All right. Let's move on. So we're going to go to the next one. After 1650, oh, sorry, y'all. There we go. After 1650, Angola was virtually a colony of Brazil. And we can be sure that many persons of American ancestry went there. In addition to the normal kinds of contact, Angola was used as a place for sending Americans and other persons who proved troublesome in Brazil. In Sierra, I may be pronouncing that wrong, for example, mixed blood and American undesirables were periodically rounded up and shipped off to Angola, 1720s onward. After about 1740, the island of Fernio was also used as a dumping ground for such people. In the south of Brazil, Americans and other non-whites were deported to Angola for gold smuggling or for using a route passing through a region exposed to attack by free American forces in 1720. So 1650, Angola was a colony of Brazil. So they was shipping indigenous, copper-colored in the South America, over to Angola. So who came over here in chains on ships from Africa? No, I think y'all told that story in reverse. Because really what went down, you had the Africans and the Moors and the Europeans, the melanated Europeans, were slave trafficking in Africa, who you now call the Caucasians or the white Europeans. That's who were brought over in chains by the millions from Africa to Europe. That's why you can't find any records of your particular family lineage coming off of an African ship. All right. We're going to go to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And it's strange that everybody tries to come over here and be an American Chinese American, this American, that American.
Yep.
But don't none of these motherfuckers go to no other country and try and do that. No matter how long they do that. I don't care what color you are, how many babies you have over in China. They'll never call you a Chinese, ever.
Nope.
Same in Russia and any place else. Why is it that everybody wants to go down in history as an American? They're even willing to die to be called American.
Yep.
But we allow the fuckery. They don't allow that over there. You're not about to just call yourself up. Even though they stole the identity. They ain't letting nobody else jack it up either. But we willingly share the identity and fight for other motherfuckers to be able to call themselves that.
Right.
We'll fight for illegal immigrants. But we won't fight for our damn self.
Yep.
And you have some quote-unquote white folks who say that all life began in Africa. They ain't in no hurry to call themselves African. Nothing.
Nope.
But you are. Proud of it, too. Want the whole world to know that you don't know who the fuck you are.
Exactly.
When you get what you get, and you protest, and you riot, and you go to jail.
Yep.
And you enjoy that. You think that history is going to look down on you as something spectacular because you participated in the fuckery.
Right.
All you did was fuck yourself. I mean, you sealed your own contract. You clearly stated that you're fighting for the system.
Yep.
You're fighting to have a master. You're not fighting to be free. You're not fighting for mama. You're fighting for the corporation.
Yep.
You chose the New Deal. And just like how we talk about some of the ancestors taking deals.
Yep.
And they did. You see how that turned out, right?
Exactly.
What have they ever honored in their existence? They haven't even honored their own bloodline. They don't even admit who they are.
Exactly.
That's what y'all love. Okay, have it. See you with it. We're leaving.
Yep.
And I hope y'all get tired of hearing that. Because when you get tired of hearing it, we'll be gone.
Yep.
You won't be able to hear shit from us. I digress.
Indeed, Brother Sean. Deep H2O said, this shit is wow. It's been going, let me scroll back up. This shit was going back and forth. Yeah. Going back and forth from Americas to Africa, back, forth. Because remember, they only want you to know what 400 and something years and some change worth of history, and that shit is false and reversed like a motherfucker. Like everything started in the 16 motherfucking 19. When trade was going on between the Americas and Africa for quite some motherfucking time. Yeah.
You know, they have that information in the what is it, Library of Congress or something? Because I heard a guy who was reading the record, because they keep records, and it was at least over 500 years they were doing slave trading back and forth.
Yeah, and at least, sis, and damn, especially, damn, baby, you brought that. They've been tag teaming since 1300s. They just got on the planet 1200, probably from Mars.
I wonder who that is. From Mars.
But you know, yeah, you talked about the GGs and all that, sis. You kind of refreshed our motherfucking memory on that.
I know. That's where they came from. That's what they say in that Sitchin's book. That's where they came from.
Now, you know what's really deep to me, y'all? This kind of fucked me all the way up. Because I heard a couple people say this recently. And I think it came out of the mud flood community. Is that all of these millions of years that they claim that have passed probably didn't happen millions of years ago. It's probably a lot younger than what they're saying.
Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that one too, and you know, they added all BCs and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And,
I told y'all about the motherfucking alphabets. I told y'all to watch for that shit. Once they want to put some alphabets behind it, I don't trust them bitches.
Yeah.
Because remember, this is about frequency. It's about frequency. Time is not even calculated the way they're fucking saying it's calculated. It's really about a frequency. So if you can control the frequency, remember, and this came from a brother years ago, time is emit spelled backwards. So they're telling you right there, time equals emit. Emit a frequency. If you can control that frequency, you make up the fucking timeline. Because the frequency was usurped. When they took mama down, they usurped the frequency. They had to come in and cut the motherfucking trees down, the ancient trees down, to bring that frequency down so they motherfucking stinking asses could inhabit her, control her, dig up the minerals, literally dig in her body, dig up the minerals, tap into the ley lines, those crystals, to keep controlling the frequency. So that's what this is really about. That's what all of this is really about. So you goddamn right they had to lie about everything. Because those that are truly indigenous to Mother Earth, to her realm, if you got a spark, goddammit, of what went down, it only takes 1% to flip that shit. So they totally had to fabricate everything. They totally had to keep control of the frequency. i.e., keep you in a spell. But now that mama's waking up, and shaking motherfuckers off her, plasma in them in the ass. Oh, it ain't no escaping. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
They caught up in a time loop.
Yep.
We're supposed to be forever present. In other words, moving forward. If Mama wasn't derailed, she'd constantly be moving. There is no such thing as the same day. The same events, the same frequencies don't exist for it to be that same day or date.
Right.
That's why they have these little anniversaries and whatnot to try and recreate that frequency. They have these yearly rituals.
Yep.
To try and recreate a frequency.
Yep.
Instead of you being forever present and continually building or creating something new. You fell in love with the old shit. Forgot about it. They tell you about it, you in love with the old shit again. Even though you don't exist at that frequency.
Right.
You can't control none of that.
Yep.
You know, some people say that they can tap into this and tap into that. But what are you actually tapping into? You forget there's levels to this program.
Indeed.
And they got that level for the conscious niggas, too, that think that they didn't went somewhere, not knowing the difference between the spiritual plane and the soul plane. There's just so much more to this than people's fight over color.
That's right.
It was a melanated universe, not to view melanin necessarily as a color,
right?
But it's an energy full of plasma.
Yep.
Just like the black sun.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all want to settle for less. You want limitations placed on you. You actually don't want the responsibility of being a creator. Even though life would be easier as a creator, you watch these things struggle to control you, and the only thing you can think about is, I don't want to be in a leadership position. I don't want to have to deal with niggas.
Right.
You're only supposed to be leading yourself. You ain't supposed to be leading niggas.
Exactly.
Quit trying to control other people, what they think, how they are. Get yourself right. If you see all that fault and all these other people, those are hang-ups of yours. You don't know what their journey is. They may like the shit that they're going through.
True that, true that.
You have to focus on you. If you're here, you're looking for you. You're not looking for me. You're not looking for Rhonda.
That's right.
Or Sis Sandra. We're just sharing energy, irregardless to the words that we're used. It's the frequency that you're able to feed off of because you're at that frequency.
Yeah.
Continue being you. Everything that's meant to come your way will. Simply by you being you and doing what you're supposed to do. It's already took care of. Just do your part to make sure that you receive it. Not that girl.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, Purple, I saw your little remark that I'm always ignoring you. But you did put in here kind of, I love that where you said timer equals remit. You get that? Timer equals remit. Remittance is an issue. So, Purple, you need to drop in the chat room, what is your book and where can people get it? And you said, remember at the very beginning of the Raiders of the Lost Ark, who did Indiana Jones find also searching for the mountains of Tibet? I don't remember. Purple, so you're gonna have to drop the answer to that question in the chat, but also seriously drop the name of your book and where to purchase your book. And I will definitely make note of that. I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
Wasn't it the Nazis? Yeah, they found the Nazis, Germans or something.
Oh, sure was. The Nazis, the Germans.
Now, my question is, these beings came here and start controlling the frequency. What kind of beings could have been that knew how to do that, and they knew that they needed to do that?
Well, now this is just me. Any being knows that, because remember, that's what we call science, and this low vibrational realm is straight up bullshit.
Yeah, that's true.
They know that everything operates based on
Radio.
frequency.
Yeah, radio stuff.
Right, via sound.
Yeah.
So they knew what they had to do to control the realm. Well, number one, they had to overpower her. And once she was overpowered and injured, is where they used frequency sound to control the realm.
So the frequency sound was so high that we didn't even talk. We transmitted. And so when a person has sound so high, it screeches to them. So they have to lower that frequency down so they can stay and listen and talk to each other. So basically, they were radio. It was a radio frequency they couldn't take.
Right. So think of it this way. If my frequency is
an A.
Yeah, let's just say A. But somebody else's frequency is Z. But you want to come over into my realm because you done fucked up your realm. Let's be clear. You done fucked up your realm with war, etc., etc. So A realm had it going on. The planet of milk and honey, just chilling. Abundance. So you, because you're a Z, you cannot inhabit an A. You cannot inhabit that frequency. But if you can lower the frequency to a Z, then you can do it. So remember, it took, like Brother Sean said, that's why the Galactic Federation, he called y'all motherfucking stinking asses out too. God damn it, you ain't getting no pass either because you participated in the shit also. It took a gang of them to take down Mother Earth, a gang of the motherfuckers to take her down. And while she was down, they changed the frequency. They lowered the frequency in order for them to inhabit it.
So the crystal vibrated. So the crystal and the trees vibrated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they had to.
And not only that, they vibrate, but the crystals now, they are conductors of energy.
Yeah, and the energy.
So they pulse out the frequencies. So those crystals, I told y'all, and now the shit is coming out, are running underground. And that's where those ley lines are formed via the crystals. They showed you that shit in Avatar. So these bitches, when they came and took Mama down, injured her, lowered the frequency, chopped down the ancient trees, because those ancient trees gave us even a different atmosphere. It gave us a very highly oxygenized atmosphere.
Rush.
So they had to take the motherfucking trees down and then beam their frequency signal and tap into the ley lines to emit their particular frequency. So that's what happened. But now that the black sun and all of that swinging back the fuck on around, then swung back the fuck on around, woe is they. Because literally it is said that we are encased in the crystallized dome, and within that crystallized dome are ley lines as well.
Yeah.
And they showed you that in that movie, y'all, damn it, what's it called? Where they was hunting people, not Phoenix Rising. They made about 3 of them motherfucking movies where they was taking people from districts and making them fight each other and all of that. And then the last one where they broke out into motherfucking war, and the girl took the motherfucking arrow and she shot it up in the air and it hit that dome, and you saw the grid. Okay, so they were just showing you Hunger Games. Thank you. Hunger Games. They were showing you that crystallized dome grid, because how it works is the crystals underneath the earth or within Mama, I call them her veins, her nervous system. Them bitches tapped into that to control the ley lines. Now that directly goes to her inner earth heart or black sun. That inner earth black sun emits light or frequency up on what they're calling the aurora borealis. That also sends out frequencies.
Well, you know, if you put a hole in the dome, that will break the frequency too. So, you know, they really deliberately put a hole in that dome.
Probably so. Probably so. Or who's to say? Maybe when Mama went down, she put the dome over the shit. You know what I'm saying?
It's closing up, from what I heard. That hole in the dome is closing.
Could be. But they say that the other flip side of what they're saying is that hole is also how that motherfucking extra plasma coming through and wrecking some shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a possibility.
So,
but
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
According to Hillary, though, all they managed to do was put some cracks in it.
That's what she said.
Cracks. Yeah, because they shot a nuclear or something up there. And
then that shit didn't phase. It healed right the fuck on back up.
They shot nuclear stuff up there for years. That's what the whole goddamn Cold War was with Russia.
And then Obama tried to shoot down that Dark Knight satellite that supposedly watches over the planet or something.
Yeah, Deep H2O goes, the dome is a magnetic field. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So, that black sun, Mama Earth's heart, is connected to her veins and nervous system, which are the crystals, which shoot up light source or frequencies or energy, which i.e. is the aurora borealis, which is also what they call where the true tree of life is also. So that is why you, as divine beings, you are supposed to be tapping into Mother Earth's grid and doing your manifestation and your intentions. That goes through the atmosphere, to the ley lines, to the black sun, and shoots back out in the atmosphere, which is picked up by the frequencies and spread across Mama. That's how you manifest things. That's how the frequency flows of manifestation. We were really technically always able to override their fucked up frequency. We had just forgot. We forgot the true science behind it. That's why the metaphysics teachers, like the Bobby Hemmett's them, like the Dr. Blair's them, kept telling you about your consciousness, how powerful it is. But that's the physical science behind it. Your thoughts and your words emit a frequency that is carried throughout the atmosphere, through the ley lines, to the black sun, and pulse back out again. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They knew that our powers wouldn't go untapped, even unconscious. We'd have some use of them. And what people were taught was to thank God, thank Jesus. You sit up and pray for this shit, like with most people. They sit up and pray for a car, but taking their ass to work every day, working hard as fuck. Save up some money and get a car and thank Jesus. Did he go to work for you any one of them days? When you was tired as fuck? Did he sell you the car? Did he co-sign for your fucked up credit? I'm just saying, it's just so many ways our people give our power away.
Absolutely.
The universe show us. The fact that you thought about and concentrated on what you wanted and done what you had to do to receive.
That is right.
To receive it. Because when you thought about it, you put it out in the universe and it was already on its way.
That is right.
But then you done your part in the physical to manifest it. And then you sit up and give all credit and all praise to something outside of you.
Yeah.
I know you're going to say that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm just saying. And till a car just fall out the goddamn sky into your driveway. Tax-free, money-free, this, that, or the other. Then you thank that motherfucker. If your daddy gave you a car or left you a car, your mama gave you a car, this, that, or the other, you still thank Jesus. Oh, thank Jesus, my daddy bought me a car.
Right.
Hold it. Shouldn't you be thanking your daddy first?
Exactly.
For your mama?
Exactly.
But somebody else always get the credit. You're not even respecting your physical mama.
Absolutely.
How can you respect your soul mama?
Mm.
The lesson is to be learned with family, your foundation, the divine womb that you came out of.
Indeed. Indeed, Brother Sean. So again, y'all, I hope y'all caught what I was trying to break down on what really happens physically with manifestation. That's why I keep saying you are to create the world you want to live in. You have that power. You have it. And no, you don't need brother so-and-so to be with you, sister so-and-so to be with you, all of that. It starts with self. Get back up on the sacred, ancient technology, the sacred, ancient geometry. Utilize it. Start small to learn how to create. Because that is what we are going back to. To be honest, that's where we are right now. There are no shortages. These beings had to come and overtake Mother Earth, had to put her folks asleep and put a system in place to give you the illusion that there is a shortage. You have within your DNA to tap into mama's grid to literally create shit out of quote, quote, thin air. It's alchemy. So when we talk about going back to the way things are, it's really a lot deeper than what we're really talking about. It's deeper than the land. It is truly about your soul consciousness, your energy. It's truly about not only correcting mama's realm, but it's also about establishing new realms, which, by the way, has already been done. You are a creator. You are an infinite being with the ability to create. So this little 100 and something years of frequency, of 400 something years of motherfucking frequency that was shifted, that ain't shit. I mean, literally. It's probably, if you want to calculate it in time, it's probably maybe a second. It's probably maybe a second. And I'm probably being generous with that motherfucking second. Your consciousness has to elevate awfully quickly. Awfully quickly. So that means, like Brother Sean said, if you have to leave back some folk, that's what you have to do, and that's okay. Because their frequency has not caught up. That's okay. They'll get it. They'll get it when they get it. But you're supposed to be pressing on. And it's as simple as changing your thoughts. It's as simple and beautifully as Sis Cheryl did tonight, writing up a declaration, putting it out in the ethers, creating. She just left behind a legacy for our children that are going to stay in this realm. Some of them on what the fuck it's gonna be. So that's where we are, family. That's where we are. And all we're trying to do on this platform is, number one, bring you from what they claim was history, which is a bunch of bullshit, what really went down, and trying to give you the truth to empower you. That's what this is about. So damn, y'all, we about up out of time as usual. This last little slide, and shout out to Brother Key again on Facebook. Throughout my operations, I have found the Negro the most active and determined warriors. And during conferences with the Indian chiefs, I ascertained they exercise an almost controlling influence over them. Thomas Jessup. All right, so that was the last slide of that. Damn, we ran out of time. Y'all, we done went up the block, around the corner. But it's all good. Brother Sean, did you have any last words for the family?
Do you? Do what you're supposed to. That's it. I don't need to know what you're planning. They don't need to know. That's why I don't need to know. You do your part, I do mine. We'll come together how we supposed to without them knowing shit.
Exactly.
That's why we don't discuss certain things on here. It's not for everybody to hear.
That's right.
When you're at that frequency,
yep,
you'll know what to do. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, I like to say that it's been a pleasure tonight listening to the empowerment that's going forth for our people. We put it in the atmosphere and the ethers and the universe picking it up. And, and this is a new age. The old age of Pisces and the darkness, the satanic, democracy, whatever you want to call it, is over. And I'm looking forward to us being able to empower our people. And I think the thing is, like, until they get the urge from the ethers themselves, They're not going to pick up the phone and listen, or pick up the radio or the YouTube and dial in where they get truth, whether it's our station or somebody else, but they're going to learn it. Even if they lay down at night and have dreams about it, the Most High is going to, the universe is going to speak to them. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to be a part of it. I love your show that you're doing it for the people, and Brother Sean with your wisdom. And I hope that we all got something out of tonight's show, because I got a lot out of it. Thanks, Sister Cheryl and Brother 842. 824?
832.
I got it.
No worries.
I used to work for AT&T, and I used to know numbers like nobody's business, but them days are over. And for Sister Millennial, I just love when people contribute. It's just great, and I thank them for doing that, and for the ones that's on the blog and on the YouTube writing to you. It's wonderful, because I hear things I said, because I learn too. We learn off of each other, and I'm grateful for that.
Indeed, sis. Sis Cheryl said, thanks again. She thanks all three of us. I appreciate you all. Great show. Purple Pill says, what you allow is what will continue. Indeed, I do want to thank all of the YouTube family. As usual, you all were throwing a lot of information around. I want to thank my beloved Millennial, the one who walks among the mist, for just such powerful information. We love you, sis. We are with you wholeheartedly. I want to thank you, Sis Cheryl, for that powerful, powerful, powerful declaration that you have put in the ethers. And we will continue to put the words, the frequency / words that you created into the ethers. I want to thank you, Brother 832, for your powerful build also as well. And of course, thank my beautiful co-host for putting up with my crazy ass on the regular, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra. We're going to be back, family, next week. Love yourself. Do you create the world you want to live in? So, YouTube, unfortunately, YouTube family, we gotta go on and rock out, cut you off, because we gonna rock out with some music, Logic called Take It Back. So love you very much, family.